Welcome everybody to a sun-drenched Allianz Stadium, Twickenham, for the Community Cup Finals weekend. The culmination of a season's work through the many levels of the English rugby structure, and a famous day for all these men taking to the field this Saturday in West London, the home of England Rugby, HQ, and today their stage to put on a show and maybe to deliver some cherished silverware for their clubs. Old Elthamians were here last year and they claimed a cup. They're looking to go back to back, and they've got captain Richie True in the front row wearing one. Perry Parker's a player coach in the second row, and that's blended with Matthew Chick, just 18 years old with 6 on his back today. Luca Petrosi brings professional experience as a former Italian age grade player. Cam Hancock has been at the club since he's age 6. And watch out for player of the final last year wearing 15, Prince and Coob. For Smiths, Ben Parker has Ben Hawker, his 10-year captain, at the helm. Tommy Eveson, again, is a decade in the club colours. And in blue and whites, the Smiths kick off into the arms of Old Elthamians in the blue and yellow hoops to kick off our day of Community Cup action. And Owies all spill a ball under not too much pressure, but there was a tackle that slipped high above the sternum. Community Cup rules, remember, and it gives me a good opportunity to introduce my co-commentator for the day, a Red Roses World Cup winner in 2014, Amber Reid.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. Very excited for today's set of games. Some early nerves there on show, but luckily a let-off of the penalty and another chance for them to rebuild from here.
Well, 16 of today's match day squad have come up through the ranks of Old Elthamians' hugely successful mini and junior section, and they're looking for a successive league and cup double today after that victory last year. It was the first time they'd ever been to Twickenham in their 114-year history, and for the Smiths, this is their debut on the hallowed turf. And Owies are showing a little bit of life out wide. Here's the player of the final last year, and Coob, the Zimbabwean 7s and 15s international. Doesn't quite wriggle free, but the ball's still alive, and Owies are looking to explore the far reaches of the pitch early.
Lots of space on the edges for Old Elthams.
Little dink over the top, it's well covered, and maybe not all of the Owies players on the same wavelength. And here comes the counter from Smiths. Good tackle, low, round the hips. Good blasting run as well to set up the clearance. And it's nicely worked from the West Countryman, who found the salvation of the touchline, and good early bit of life in this game, Amber.
Yeah, the weather's definitely going to play into it. Old Elthamians are looking to move the ball wide. Lovely little shimmy and break there inside. They've definitely got pace to burn, and let's see if they can get the ball into the hands of those wide players on this occasion.
Chris Sweet of Owies has been in the tries this season, 12 in 25. Has a shortened line out to aim for. They go to the tail, where there's a reach across the gap, and it's off the top and in a flash into that 10 channel. Matthew Chick barnstorming onto the ball. Nice hands from the vice-captain Dylan Robertson, and again, boot to ball. Have they spotted a weakness in their analysis of Smiths? Well, if there's any alleged weakness, it's not on show at the moment. Really well resourced back there, and a penalty to boot. And Smiths again with the opportunity to break clear from their 22.
got a really lovely double stack in their play at the moment. Players coming around, offering a little bit of depth to go outside, and that's how they're finding those spaces in on the edges and those 50-metre channels.
Yeah, just looks too gold from the kick. Yeah, just chasing straight away, not going back. Thanks.
Well, a little bit of intel going into the ears of referee Harry Parsons about OE's hooker, Chris Sweet, maybe in front of the kick. Well, that is a thing of beauty. A lift at the tail and crisp off the top, and nicely disguised ball to the hard-hitting runner in the midfield. Good press, though. The appetite for defence is there for OE's. Now the second rows get to work. Tyler Rees, the former Royal Navy man.
Tacklers, move!
Old Elthamians' defence is so good at the moment, just forcing that kick. They're really getting off the line, putting pressure on the playmakers of Smiths.
Well, there was just a little hum of anticipation as Nkoob received that ball and thought, well, is the counter coming? Instead, he linked up with Cam Hancock, who's wearing 11 today. Smiths burst through the heart of that breakdown. Oh, and it's a hamstring stretcher that's too tight to the tiptoes of the second row, charging on, and then in desperation holds onto the ball on the floor, and some pantomime jeers coming from the densely populated West Stand. How good is that support?
Yeah, give them something to cheer about. Early days in this game, but it's definitely hotting up.
Playing on the ground. Number 2.
It's not a ball you want to receive off your 10, but still early in the game, getting the cobwebs out.
Still in, still in.
Let's say there's, oh well, still in, touch missed. Goodness me, that is a tackle.
5 moves.
Well, OEs, to their credit, are making it fiercely difficult for Smiths to make any meters easily. Back into the pocket, and with the tight angle and all that pressure, Smiths can only really take it 5 meters further down the touchline.
2. Let's be clear, when I blow the whistle, you put the ball down and you move back.
Yeah, Old Elthamians are making a couple of errors, but they're just backing it up. Kick doesn't quite go off the corner flag, but backed up by an incredible hit to give them this opportunity.
Well, Kieran Reid is lifting at the back, unmistakable in his pink cycling shorts, which he has vowed to burn should OEs claim the cup here at Twickenham today.
It's got to be good. It's him. It's him.
And there's the ambition of OEs, and Luca Petrosi, who was not too long ago on the books at Benetton Treviso.
Guys, that was just a timing issue on the hit when he came down, okay? Just take an extra half second. You're on the line. Yeah.
Maybe level 8 rugby, but there's some classy individuals out there.
Yeah, I'm in the ball. Look, you need to fill the open, okay? Come in here. That's mine. That's mine.
Biggest opportunity of the match so far. Just over 7 minutes played, and the line-out drills again. Pure. The break from the back. And muscular defence repels OEs. Here comes a hard line from the vice-captain, Dylan Robertson. No way through. Disruption arrives from Smiths. And the intercept and the double blast never usually means good news for the team who's infringed.
Okay, just come with me. Captain.
Smiths under a whole heap of pressure at the moment. They just can't seem to get out their 22, compounding errors.
I want all of your boys to try and
Old Elthamians just keeping hold of that ball, applying the pressure.
Take 30 seconds and talk to them. What's the scrum after? Yeah, it's a scrum after.
Harry, the scrummy's on the 5.
It's not a penalty. Scrum.
Scrum just on the 5.
Yep.
Well, wise words from Harry Parsons there. Yep. Getting everyone to calm down. It is the big day at Twickenham.
Talking to you back.
And it'll be a scrum restart from that knock on from the arm in the tackle. Passions and emotions running high on the grandest stage in English rugby. Petrozzi puts it in and Smith turned the screw. The break from the base, it's dynamic, it is determined, it is try-worthy, and storming Reece Norman opens OE's account on the hallowed blades of Twickenham. They take the lead with 9 minutes on the clock.
Sam Scott was hugging this right-hand touchline, but it was never coming out the back. There's only one way. Reece Norman beats the first defender, takes on the next two, and has the power to go over.
Well, he was last season's leading try scorer, Reece Norman. One of the many who has risen through the junior ranks at the club. Bit of representation with Saracens as an under-16 and under-18-year-old, but this is the biggest game of them all.
Yes.
As a sweet strike splits the uprights, and OE's leads Smith 7 points to 0.
Yeah, when you're ready.
There he is, Stormin' Norman, delivering on the nickname and ready to return fire once more.
It's carried back. 6, hold. Onside.
Booming left boot. Hits the tip and rolls end over end. Don't you just love to see it? A big forward, booming it back. Tom Iveson with a lovely right boot.
Yeah, don't mind it. He did the hard work to get back. It was a great clearance kick from old Elthamians to send Smiths back into their 22, but he had a lot of time to think about it. It's not a bad clearance.
Up goes Perry Parker, but it doesn't go to plan, and Smiths instinctively kick through and chase. One goes up to compete. Nice hands as OE's rush through. And Smiths are into the OE's half, in control of the ball for what feels like the first time in the match. Nice carry from Archie Long, the ferret.
Never onside.
Offloading play from Smiths. This is what they're all about.
Number 6.
The men from Gloucester. Bounce of the ball collected by Matt Dean, the vice-captain, 41 years young. And here, part of the leadership team, carrying Smiths to their first ever Twickenham final. Now the turn of Tyler Reese, distinctive in that red head guard, and well, there's a bit of danger around the fringes when Dan Jarvis has the ball in his hands, but he sees it stripped from his grip.
They just need to be patient in their attack. They'll get their opportunities, but they've not had much possession, so they just need to build into this and something will come.
Matt Dean winds up another big run. That's a nice line, just arriving on the shoulder.
He's falling into it. Mitigating factor. Direct contact to the head.
And yellow card for Max Sanger, the former Nottingham University player. And you heard there was mitigation, but direct contact with the head, it was really decisive refereeing on the spot there.
On the end, Andre.
Yeah, decisive refereeing. It is a tough call. There's a tackle happening. We just have another look here. Tackle is happening, it is a falling player, but you just have to read those pictures and almost anticipate what the contact's going to look like. So, yeah, definitely head contact, decisive refereeing, like you said.
Mitchell Renton, once billed as the hardest rugby player in Gloucester.
That's some title, that one.
Of all the counties in the rugby playing cosmos in the UK.
Let's leave it there now, lads.
Well, that's a fine touch finder, isn't it? Took his time, found his angle, and struck it sweetly.
Andre will put them here.
Yeah, that's a great clearance under pressure. They obviously got the yellow card, so they're down a player. They need to control the tempo of this game.
Gold, this is your mark.
Smiths needs to put a bit more pressure on him, not allow him to have so much time on the ball to then send it 50 metres up pitch.
Plenty of movement. That one not straight, but you heard right there, no contest, so play on. Boom! Big carry in the midfield, chipped away by Dan Jarvis, who's driving the tempo at 9. But once again, the handling moving left to right, lets Smiths down.
I love what they're trying to do. The opportunities are there. They go in straight up the guts and then looking to beat the fold and defence on the second phase, and they've got numbers over. It's just the execution at the moment that's not quite going their way. Lovely quick ruck, speed of ball.
Well, they'll be full of confidence, Smiths, heading into this final. It's been one hell of a journey. Started the campaign off by defeating local rivals Old Pats. There's no better feeling than beating the guys on your doorstep, and well, that's the kind of brutality that they've been bringing throughout the competition. They obliterate the OE scrum, one for the great 8 of Smiths, and they don't hesitate in driving it across the touchline for a line out to launch deep within the OE's half.
Let's see you guys.
But Smiths, they've beaten 3 league winners en route to this final. Oxford, Hampstead, Dinnington, and now OE's another league champion in their crosshairs. Well, on this occasion,
outside arm, your option.
The not straight called and the opportunity spurned.
Scrum called.
He's definitely got the up hand, bar the last scrum where they got the penalty. They've had the rub of the green and the line out. More success rate there and then the scrum, but let's see if they can earn themselves back another penalty and end up in OE's 22.
Let's go. Come here, fellas, come here. Here we go, Here we go! You can go, yeah.
Crouch! Point!
Good carry on the back foot.
Set! Ball is out.
Well, how on earth Reece Norman has emerged with that ball is beyond me. They were being eaten alive by the power of Smiths.
Tackler, move!
Look for certain that was going to be a turnover. He's done so well to keep the ball at the back of there.
Well, carefully watched and gathered in by Duncan Spurrier, who's got a reputation for scoring tries. And a burst through the middle. This is Smith's moment. Footwork gets put on the last man and then a skip inside. There's the support. So many numbers in blue and white queuing up out wide. If they can find the pass, if they can keep the heads cool, a glance right, they do move there and back into the hands of Spuria, with whom it all started. OE have reorganised and regathered, but the power game of Smiths is beginning to tell. Oh, goodness me. Swallowed, but high. Could be further repercussions coming for Perry Parker.
Still under advantage.
Oh, there's a bit being left in all over the park here, but Smiths are still going. They're 5 shy. Inside ball, thunderous arrival.
Tackle.
And somehow OEs keep Smiths at bay.
Tackle.
Miss ball. Oh, it's glorious. It is exquisite. It is Smiths. And it's Jack Davis, the Welsh wonder, scoring the first try in the club's history at the Allianz Stadium, Twickenham.
We had an advantage.
He was calling that for a long time out on his left-hand side. Several opportunities to move the ball and they decided to go up the guts, but that's the patience Smiths need to get them back into this game.
I've spoken to 5. Yeah, thank you.
What a moment for Jack Davies. I reckon that might be his first touch of the ball, Amber.
Yeah, definitely. Not a bad conversion rate for your winger, that's what you want.
And I tell you what, his parents will be going mad as well. They travel up from the valleys every week to watch him, and there's no doubt they'll have not missed the big one here at Twickenham. His mum, famous for her Welsh cakes.
I'd take a delivery up here.
East stand on the halfway line, Miss Davies. If you're tuning in, and that is as good a conversion as you'll see from any jersey, club or international, that comes to Twickenham town. Right out of the screws from Ollie Ahern, and we're at 7 apiece with a quarter of the match play.
Kev, I didn't say yes with the Kongs on.
After kickoffs, just make sure they're behind you, okay?
That was a great finish, wasn't it?
Yeah, really great finish, nice and flat. Great hands from the inside as well. The missed pass was definitely on. And great finish over in the corner.
Game on for all of OE's perceived dominance in the opening quarter. Smiths, 1 entry to the 22 of real meaning, 7 points delivered, ruthless.
You can credit the Smith scrum for that as well. 2 scrum penalties, a pushback. I think they're going to gain confidence in that, especially if their line out is going to falter a little bit. The scrum could be a massive weapon for them.
Just a little juggle from Taylor Johnston.
They lost forward.
Knock on.
But not quite able to reel it in. Taylor Johnson, who is a former running back in American football.
Going backwards, I had nothing on this side for you.
Thank you.
And just looking at the dimensions of him, if that Taylor takes that cleanly at pace, you're going to have a bit of problem stopping him.
Yeah, it's going to take a couple of players to stop him dead in his tracks, but OEs are putting in some big shots, but Smiths can definitely play on that. If they get their tip runners in and around the players that are flying out the line, wanting to make those dominant collisions, you're going to find the soft shoulders from the players outside of them, and they'll get over the gain line way easier than just one-on-one confrontation running at each other.
Set!
This time, OE's managed to drop the anchor and avoid travelling in reverse. Left, right, bouncing off the feet. Looking for runners off him, really, wasn't he?
Yeah, just waiting for someone to hit that line and straighten him up. He was going sideways across the pitch and really attack the defence.
But the intensity has ratcheted up, and Gap opens up. Oh, there were so many support runners. He looked left just as it arrived on his right. Jolie and Coob working hard to get off the right wing where he's been stationed and into the line on the left. Here come the forwards, tight into play, not much room to work with, and stripped in the contact.
Let's use now.
Smiths, what can they do in transition here? Travel back into all the bodies.
There is lots of space on this left-hand side though if they do want to play, but they've been under pressure for most of this game, so an easy exit probably the best way to go.
Well, it's a majestic claim, and it's wonderfully disciplined from Spurrier to halt his run and not challenge the jumper in the air. And from that, we're breaking right. And then Cube, oh, he's devastating in this kind of room. Slings it to Sam Scott, who weaves back in field, finds some support in the inside. But still, OEs aren't quite there. Wonderful scrambling defensive effort as a breeze block of a human comes in against the grain. Petrozzi imploring for a penalty for the absence of roll from Tyler Rees. Petrozzi
on the mark, not in front.
Ever the sneaky scrum half. Taps, goes. OEs putting some air on it. They've got the numbers. They need one more pass. Or do they just need Sam Tilley? Pick, go, finished. Matthew Chick, 18 years old, a try scorer at the Allianz Stadium, Twickenham, and the lead back in the hands of old Elthamians.
Yeah, that sustained pressure again. Smith's not being able to clear efficiently from their 22. A lovely take from Cameron Hancock, building the pressure again.
Pushing him back to the mark.
Thought they missed this opportunity by not playing one more pass out to the edge, but Matthew Chick appearing at this ruck. Quick thinking, pick and go.
Need a ball, they've chucked the ball away.
Try at Allianz Stadium.
You've got just under a minute on the kick, okay?
Pretty cool.
Just under a minute on the kick.
18 years old. Kent under-20s captain, youngest member of the squad. And since breaking in to the first team in the second half of the season, he has been a mainstay, powerful young man. 18 years old and that big. I don't envy the food bill in the Chick household.
On you?
Yes, yes, yes.
It's a kicking masterclass right now from both sides. Not one conversion missed. And old Elthamians leading Smith 14-7.
Oh, he's doing a great job at, again, utilising the outside spaces, and Coob, he's a dangerous runner, isn't he, in that much space.
Old Elthamians back in command, and they've got some numbers and a bit of room. Just a faint drop of the shoulder as opportunity not for Jolie. Advantage being played. OE's beginning to get their offloading game pumping, and so too the Pistons of Reece Norman across the halfway line.
Keep pushing. Give it. Give it.
Nice hands. Smith being worked hard out wide, shoveled, and Sam Scott's there, top try scorer this season.
Tackle!
Hold back.
Remember, OEs have been playing with 14, but they're back to the full complement with Max Sanger back onto the park wearing 7. Lovely interplay. So little room to work with, but crisp. And now it's slick. And now gold and blue jerseys are pouring into the 22, and just as Cube missiled his way to the line, his collision with the deck dislodged the ball, and what felt like a certain try goes begging.
Yeah, I agree.
It's almost like he was surprised that he made the gap himself. But again, OE's lovely play, moving the ball to the outside. They've got these decoy runners in short, and then they're just squaring up on the edges, and he is electric when he gets going.
I'm going to go in field.
Unfortunately, he just loses it on the deck.
Time off.
Well, scrum half, wing, full back, put him in whatever jersey number you want. If it's broken field, Prince and Cube
coming up
is devastating.
Yeah, don't you worry.
And well, he turned up out of the blue 2 seasons ago at pre-season. He just moved to the area, says he's looking for a game, and the OE coaches couldn't believe their luck when they found out that he was a Zimbabwean international 15s and 7s player.
I bet he didn't see that either when he rocked up, played it under the radar, and then tore up on the pitch.
Humiliated a few future teammates.
Bounce away from the base down.
I think he's going off. Sorry? I think 10 might be going off. Oh, okay. Just wait.
We're making that change. Yeah, we are. Oh, we are.
You're making a change? Okay. Simon, mate, they're taking the 10 off.
Yeah, I want number 10 off then, please. Thank you.
Well, this is going to be a real loss. Ollie
Do you want
Ahern
to bring him off the back and we can get going?
taking off the back.
looks to have run his race,
Yeah. Okay.
and it's a significant loss. Your playmaker,
Mark's it.
and
Gav, just keep an eye on this side for me,
in
please.
his place
Tight angles.
is Ethan Long, who joined at the start of the season, having had 7 years out due to 2 ACL injuries.
Crouch!
Planned just to play a bit of second team, bit of social, but his performances have merited inclusion into the first 15 ranks, and he's got a huge 50 minutes ahead of him now at the Allianz Stadium.
What an incredible story.
Knock on.
Next job then, next job. Let's go.
Well, Smith can ill afford to cough up possession in this area of the pitch, given how impressive OEs have been in attack through their backline. But first things first, they've got to win this scrum.
This side, really good positions last scrum.
Yeah. 2's. It's not any. 1's down, 2's in. Up hang.
Crouch! Bind!
Yeah.
Set!
Ready.
Number 3, collapsing.
The penalty goes to Smith on this occasion. Petrosi's tapped that, but
Collapsing.
the referee hasn't seen, and I don't think anyone else did, and now he's decided he doesn't want to go early.
I think his teammates will thank him for that one, as they can get off the floor and probably go to the line out, because it's been strong in this game so far.
Hey, you've been really good today. Just bring your feet forward a little bit.
My fault, my feet were too far back.
Yeah, exactly. You're on the line.
To give it.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, what's in back ball?
Into the corner,
Back ball.
OE send themselves statuesque before
Play on.
Sam
Back
Ryan
contest.
is hoisted.
That's one.
The OE's half-centurion nestled in the nucleus, and Petrosi arriving looking to pinch it from the back. where it's under control, but it's also infiltrated by Smith's arms. Straight from 9 against the grain at high velocity, but heroically held up by the man who's just taken to the field, Ethan Long.
Left, left, left.
That was a lovely line, so matched by even better defence, especially as your first impact when you come onto the pitch as well.
Boys, get to 22. No. Alright, let's go. Carry, do.
That's how you return a ball. Dylan Robertson taking no prisoners en route to the 22. Yowi's back row.
Ball is available.
Really good carriers, aren't they? Making a dent every time. That's interesting, but it's well covered by Davies, who shows that he can do it. Indeed, as well as attack. That is reckless. And there may be some heavy repercussions here.
Move back. Second time, Harry. Yep. Guys, hold on. 5, captain. Okay, now, we have to follow our process. We have direct head contact. We have high force and a high degree of danger. We're at a red card threshold. He has changed direction going into it, mitigating down to a yellow.
Well done, good call.
Well, Kerry Parker, who is a player coach of OE's, should probably know better.
Okay, hold on.
Ooh, that's a big collision in there.
5. Captain. That's the second time we've had a card for head
Kerry
contact.
Parker can maybe
both of them high force,
count himself fortunate that
your players need
it's
to
only 10 minutes of the match that he'll be missing.
I think the footwork of Jack Davis has helped him out a little bit there with that change direction, but that was a big high collision there. Last time Smiths capitalised on the yellow card and feel like they need to change the momentum of this game by doing something now.
Off the top, wiggly one, out to 10, but that's a really good carry, battling through for the extra post-contact meters. Now a few shakes being thrown and Davies injecting himself from his left wing.
Smith just using the same play they did off the last line out when the ball went to floor and finding good ground and momentum on the outside edge.
Davies, increasingly prominent since scoring his try. Starved of possession initially, now he's everywhere. The captain, Hawker, missed 8 weeks with a broken finger this season, but he's back for the big one. Now there's some real expanse being offered by Smiths.
Yep. Good work, 7.
OEs are just pressing up high, trying to use their line speed to force Smiths back inside, but if they can hold their depth, they'll be able to play around them.
A loose pass, shin through, fractured field, the footwork not quite enough to outfox Sam Ryan. Spurrier is on hand, but look at Smiths. They were knocking on the door of the 22, now they're back within their own half. Nathan Roberts, big friendly giant I'm told, but a big brutal one when carrying off the shoulder. And that pressure from OEs, you have to tip your hat because it's forced the forward pass.
Time off.
Sometimes that mindset, if you're down a player, you want to try and protect your edges, but fair play to them.
Yeah, he did.
They come in high off, forcing Smiths back inside and causing them to make these unforced errors.
You all good, man? Okay, yeah.
Well, with
Yes,
his
please, thank
coaching
you.
hat on, he'll be very impressed with what his team have done. With his playing hat on, he'll be feeling a little bit bad that they're doing it with 14.
Yeah, he gets the chance to watch and coach from the sideline, I guess, and offer some insight as to when he gets back on, but probably not the example that you want to set.
I fear for him in the court session later.
It's not going to go well for him. A couple of fines coming his way.
Thanks. Looking around for it. That one.
Well, it's incredible support here at the Allianz Stadium today. All decked out in their number ones. It's free entry. And we're going to have 4 games today. So if you fancy some Community Cup Finals action, get yourself down to Allianz Stadium on what is a picture-perfect day. You couldn't wish for better conditions.
He's absolutely glorious. Would recommend anyone to get down and watch. We've had a great game so far. I mean, he's definitely controlling the majority of it, but Smiths are hanging in, and you feel that there's a couple of players that can really ignite something, especially in this back line. Jack Davis has shown what he can do so far. One touch, one try. You feel like if you get his hands on the ball, he could create something special for his team. And there's space out on this left flank for him to do so as well. They just need to be able to get the ball there.
All good to go. All right, thank you. Guys, your marks over here, please. Time on.
Should as well. I've just had a missive that number 19 Fort Smiths is in fact Adam Gins. I do apologise to the Gins family, who could well be tuning in from Zimbabwe. Been at the club since he was 18 years old, but hails originally from the continent of Africa. So bit of a Zimbabwean seam running through this final.
Ball is out.
With Prince Nkoob in gold and blue as well. And a penalty for Smiths. And that'll do very nicely indeed in the closing minutes of this first half. Can they drive their way to a position where a try could be scored to close out the half before the huddles?
Sorry? Oh, yeah.
Drive, because it's not straight any time.
Yeah, I'm just going to do like the squish track.
We go back ball with the ball, here we go, yes! Yes, here we go! Here we go! Yes! Here we go!
All backwards.
Just slips through the fingertips of Tyler Rees, but fortunately for him, Taylor Johnston was sharp of mind at the tail.
Tackle!
Direct running yields meters. Now the bats are brought into play, but a driving, dumping tackle on Pete Reed. Sees the turnover, and Owies, they are going to have their chest puffed out after their defensive shift with 14 men.
Knock on blue. Okay, scrum advantage, knock on from blue. Thanks, Gav. Okay, lads, no advantage. There was a small knock on from blue. It's a scrum. It's just there. Good. Okay. Thank you.
Come on.
I think they got a competition on, so you can bet the biggest shot on today. There's several OE's players holding their hand up, and that was massive.
Just on that last one, we didn't have a gap, and we were unstable going into it. So, clear space. Yes?
Happy with it? Yeah, Mike, course it. Two's in. Nice straight, Steve. Stay connected to me, please.
Crouch! Point! Set!
Smiths turn the screw. The West Country behemoths winning the alpha battle up front. And they burst through the forward ranks, but see themselves stripped, but the penalty was already in their back pocket.
Good. 1, 2, 3, turning.
Another massive scrum from Smiths. It's definitely going to get them a bit of a foothold in this game, and they've got another opportunity to score before half-time, which can really change the mindset of that half-time team talk.
Sure.
One last chance to register points in the first half of this final, and under the eye of their travelling support from Cheltenham, who've just come alive with that touch finder. They ready themselves. Haven't seen them maul too much, have we, Smiths? And you wonder, with all that ballast and the power in the scrum, whether it's time. The answer is yes. Tick-tock. Smiths rocking, rolling, mauling, and all.
You've broken off into a truck and trailer.
So that time, please. Last play.
It is, yes.
And that is tough on Smiths, who looks to have got the dominance there.
So your maul setup was really good. Yeah. When they broke off, the ball carrier was completely covered by a player in front, who then, exactly, yeah, that's what the penalty was for.
You can't have someone in front.
No, not in that picture there, because otherwise that's a pure obstruction.
It's a tough call from the referee there. The referee lost sight of the breakaway on the far side, and normally you get a few more communications from the referee to tell you to break away and give you a bit more info, but they broke away on the far side, and that's a missed opportunity. It looked like they were going over.
Well, signs of life late in the half from Smiths, but half-time here at the Allianz Stadium in the Men's Counties 2 Championship final. It's Old Elthamians 14, Smiths Rugby 7.
Yeah. Which way did it turn? This way, I think. Sorry. It's not super tight, that's the problem.
Harry.
Yeah, you two boys.
Same as the first half, don't change a thing.
Two and a half.
2.5 for the yard, so
Yeah. Blue, good to go?
Welcome back, everybody. Old Elthamians in the gold and blue hoops, leading 14-7 against Smith's Rugby in the blue and white hoops. And it really has been a tale of OEs putting bodies on the line and sacrificing shoulders to some big first half hits, Amber.
Yeah, some huge hits, big line speed, but you can see how narrow they are in your shot there. And if Smiths can just go wide and hold a bit more depth, they'll cause far more problems in attack.
Well, maybe they've got an earpiece in listening to the stream, because right on cue, a bit of depth is offered and an injection of pace, almost getting round that far corner of the OE press. But they are terriers, aren't they? Real nuisances, scrapping for everything on the floor. And again, the big dents coming from the back row of OEs. Sanger with a bit of a mends to make. Now it's Kieran Reid. OEs, so much depth, and Cube bouncing around on those elusive balls of his feet.
Off feet, number 11.
Smith go off feet. Petrozzi taps, goes, reaches and punishes Smith with his lightning quick feet and his razor sharp mind. Wow, the dream start to the second half for Old Elthamians.
Yeah, and again, it's capitalising on a Smith's error, knocking the ball on in contact. And then their transition, but this outside break, putting the defence under pressure. And then, like any good nine, quick thinking, on the mark. Also a great finish.
You've got about 45 seconds, yeah?
Luca Petrozzi, a product of Bucks Super Rugby, formerly at the University of Bath in the early years of the competition's inception.
Thanks, so.
And you hear about all the big professional stars who emerge from that league, but they course through the English game at all levels, and we're seeing it here today in the Counties 2 Championship final. Another exceptional conversion from Joe Lee, who'll have the West Stand in full voice, singing their trademark rendition of Jolene by Dolly Parton that they sing when he nails conversions. And he maximises the effort of Luca Petrozzi, who has been lurking with intent, looking to do just that all game. And Cube delivers it to his fellow back three, runs down a blue and white blind alley, rides the initial challenge, but Spurrier gets his man in the end. Sanger slammed.
Nine, please, leave it.
I love the way this OE's backline just swing around the corner together, offering those two lines of attack. They've always got someone offering short to keep hold of the defence, making sure they don't drift out too early. And then they've got that wide player out the back. And then all three back three players are in that 50-metre channel, causing problems.
Down, chuckle. Have a go if you can.
Crouch! Bind! Set!
Balls in! Now. Go!
Well, the handling of Smiths out in the back division hasn't quite been up to scratch compared to the precision of old Elthamians, but this man has looked dangerous every time he's been on the ball. The try scorer Davies sets up the opportunity for Tyler Rees to carry. He gets the usual treatment from the old Elthamians defence, and they're back exploring the wide channel on the left. Well, interesting, just weaving right and left at the moment, bringing in Matt Dean.
9, leave it!
And for once, a couple of tackles are shirked and swatted away by Smith. The ball, you could see it dying through the air.
Just talk to gold 9. Stop.
Not the kind of ball that Nathan Roberts wanted.
Come here with me. I'm not interested in the antics off the ball, like there, or like over there. This isn't a discussion, okay? That ends.
Harry, can I have blue 12, please? Blue 12.
Yep. Blue number 12. Blue number 12. Blue number 12.
Blue number 12.
Blue number 12, change. Not now, please. Captain.
Sam Williams
Captain.
is leaving the field. A new father,
Okay.
the hard carrying inside centre.
Allow me to do my job, okay?
And I will tell you who's replacing him in a second when I see the number on the back that's coming to populate the centres.
Yeah.
What's going on now, sir?
Yeah, it's a scrum. We're just waiting for them to finish.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, we're all good to go.
Let's go, yeah.
Time on. Scrum.
A few things going on there. The replacement obviously in the centres, but also Luca Petrozzi being admonished for his antics off the ball and in the aftermath of the whistle being blown. Antics, Harry Parsons' words, and the most apt description, in fact. Petrozzi finds himself once again scrabbling around and looking through the forest of old Elthamian legs that are in flat-out reverse. And that Smiths have just got to capitalise on these scrum penalties, haven't they?
Yeah, Owies have got no answers at the moment. Dominance at the scrum. They had a good maul set up just before half-time, but got done for truck and trailer, so we know they've got it in the locker. They just need to be squeaky clean with this and have patience in their attack in this 22.
You're in a fight at that scrum time. Just work hard on staying square even when you're going backwards, okay? That's what the issue is at the moment.
They struggled in the first half with their accuracy at the line out.
Yep.
But there's a golden opportunity now to rein the score back in.
Claimed by Tyler Rees. The maul formed, and now it cranks into gear. They lose control under their own steam, though. Owies let off the hook, so the backs are brought in. Oh, there was a pass on there, but instead travels back into the fog of war and makes some real ground. Smith battering on old Elthamian's door, splintering, blowing it open. And it's Mitchell Renton, the hardest rugby player in Gloucester, is now a legendary try scorer at Twickenham.
They got their drill right there from the line out. They said they lacked accuracy in the first half, but they made the most of it there. I think it was the right decision off the maul to carry. OE's had a really good defensive line set up, but great patience. You just have to go up the guts if the defence is set like that. And Mitchell Renton goes over for the try.
Well, the kind of kicking mood that Joe Lee has been in for Old Elthamians makes every conversion absolutely crucial. Ollie Ahern, remember, removed from the field of play.
Yes.
Late in the first half, but again, a day for the kickers. Perfection from the tee here at Twickenham at the Allianz Stadium. And we've got a 7-point game again.
In finals, you've got two quality teams battling it out. You're not going to have as many opportunities to score the try, so every single opportunity you get to add those two are crucial, and the kickers are doing an incredible job so far.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That was a slip.
Just slipped into it.
Yep.
A slip on the way into contact for Archie Long.
Just check him out. He's taking a small hit to the head.
Unlucky.
Father,
Captain.
Chris,
That was a slip, and it's going to be a scrum. Okay.
coached Smiths for a number of years, so very much a family affair for the Longs, and it very much sums up what Smiths Rugby are all about. 70 years of rugby.
Yeah.
They're ambitious. They want to rise through the rugby ranks, but they are intent on keeping fun and that social atmosphere that we all thrive in at rugby clubs at the very heart of the club. It's what makes Smiths Rugby so good.
I think that's the beauty of the game as well, having that community, having that family atmosphere, and I think that rugby is set apart by having those values, and it's so important to have fun whilst you're playing, and I think it brings out the best in you as a player as well.
And they'd love a title, they'd love a crown to take back to Cheltenham. And they are very much within sight of that, trailing by just 7. Well, the idea was right, wasn't it? There was an angle to work with in the backfield, but just splayed off the side of the boot and finds touch when really wanted that to maybe stay in. Did Dan Jarvis.
I think Dan Jarvis was on a slightly different page to all of his teammates. There is space for that crossfield or that kick pass, but you have to have someone chasing, and you have to communicate that to your winger. Jack Davis is about 20 metres behind there, so I had no chance in taking that ball.
Poetry in motion at line-out time for OEs, and Petrozzi snaps away a few metres up to the halfway line.
Backwards off goal.
Bruising challenge as the ball is dislodged backwards. Tricky ball for Robertson to take, but he's really been the glue in that midfield today for OEs. All the good stuff going through him, and then you got the razzle-dazzle of Incube.
Yeah, Dylan Robertson has provided a really good access and worked well with Joe Lee. As Joe Lee goes to the line, Dylan Robertson is offering that depth, which is allowing them to play and find those spaces on the edge.
Robertson, again, just dictating terms. He sort of glides through, doesn't he? A deceptively pacey stride. Nothing deceptive about that from Chris Sweet. Nothing sweet about it either. And Cube, bouncing ball, so often the undoing of disciplined defences. Oh, he's run out of room.
Guys, knock on, it was in
And
the
Luke
tackle.
Cooper
Was in the tackle.
finds himself across the touchline.
There's two different styles of rugby that you can put into action. I think we saw both there. One up the guts, powerful, brutal, and then a bit of depth and pace going around the outside.
Guys, let's just get that timing right. Yeah.
You can hear the noise from these hits up in the stand. Absolutely brutal down there.
Here we go, sweet son. Down. Give me some, fella. My call, two. My call, fifth. Here we go, Taylor.
Crouch! Point!
Hold it.
Set!
Second, and now.
But do you know what? That was craftily done. A long arm reaching in to fish the ball out, and it meant that Smith couldn't get the nudge. In cue, fractured field. This is what he feasts upon. And into the 22. Old Elthamians go, freeing up the hands, getting the offloads.
Never held, play on.
Not held, so he's allowed to go back up for another piece. It's a barnstorming carry from Cam Hancock. Oh, and just as it looks like OE's may break the Smiths' resolve, the knock-on comes from Sam Ryan. And Smith survived.
Harry, can I have blue 7, please? Blue 7.
Yep. Blue number 7, please. Blue number... he's one being treated, Simon. 7. You're going to be going off, mate.
Going off? Yes.
Yeah.
Or subbed?
Yeah.
For all of the dancing feet of Incube, Smiths have dealt with him quite well. There was that one line break he made in the first half, but unfortunately lost the ball. But they're just staying hard on the inside, knowing that he's going to step back in a couple of times, and they're just not allowing them that tiny little gap for that full line break.
If you get there tighter, just swear as me. Is that my hooker and I'm not at theirs? Thank you, sir.
I'm working hard.
Thank you, sir.
All right, gents, time's going back on.
Off that last scrum, Sam Scott was stood all on his own in 30 metres of space on the far side. The last Smiths defender was middle of the pitch, and if OEs could have got that ball out, he probably would have walked in that far corner.
I can feel you.
Crouch! Point! Set!
A stable base to break. Wow. Bit of WWE out there. Stolen in the tackle. The lightning hands feed the speed of Cam Hancock. And the young lad, who's been wearing gold and blue since he was 6 years old, scores a try in the cup final at the Allianz Stadium. A moment to savour for Cam Hancock.
You can hear what I meant to him as well. The fist pump, the celebration. But for me, Dylan Robinson, we've spoken about him already.
Yes,
just
please,
that playmaker, the work he did off the ball to loop round, to create that extra pair of hands to get outside the Smiths' defence. And then wonderfully finished.
Your side.
No.
Harry Gold just made a change.
Well, Joe Lee,
All done. All sorted.
Thank you, mate.
arguably his easiest kick of the final, goes awry for the first time. So a crumb of comfort for Smiths, who were only punished to the tune of 5 points. So we take another look at the aggression in defence from old Elthamians. And Smiths once again is staring down the barrel of a comeback, a barrel that has been extended by 5 points. Old Elthamians 26, Smiths Rugby 14. Quarter of the match to go. It's certainly not done and dusted, but Smiths need to up their game now.
They just need to have more patience in their attack. They get opportunities with the ball, but then they just have the unforced errors by being too flat or playing into the opposition hands. We know that OEs want to rush up off the line, and what they've done so well, their defence has been impressive, but it's their transition from when they force the error to then get their attack going has created them 2 or 3 try scoring opportunities so far in this game.
Both of you have just gone in. All right, keep that gap.
Side, on this side as well, get them to work hard to keep it. They're both going down. Keep their elbows up on the side.
Yeah, lads on that side, elbows up, yeah?
Let's go. 2. One's down. 2's in. Let's go there, lads. Walk this down. Let's go.
Crouch! Point!
Let's go, hey. Go, hey.
Set!
Smiths looking for width, and they're going to get it out here from Spuria, who manages to skirt round the challenge from Cube, but then loses possession in contact. Advantage is over. Smiths will have to rebuild from deep, and they look to do so through Pete Reed, fan favourite, 10th season in blue and white. Davis looks a real class act on the edge. Oh, but
first there with a clear lift. Number 11.
Clear lift. Excellent on the floor from OEs.
Just highlights the need for, if you do get taken to floor really quickly in that tackle, you have to do something to not allow the opposition to get cleanly over that ball.
Yep.
Luca Petrozzi so fast in, but Jack Daniels has to do more to move the point of contact to be able to get the ball as close to his team as possible.
Hey, chase that line, yeah. All right, Russell.
Backwards off blue.
Stolen by Smiths. Again, you can just hear the impacts out there after the carry from Tom Langton. A disguised ball. Dished up to Dan Jarvis. Reese.
Just take a step for me, please.
Oh, lovely lift, one-handed. Then the kick comes in, and Cube loses his feet, scrabbles back. A high tackle comes. Petrozzi's on his Vespa. And Smith's not back 10.
No, let me.
And it's going to be reversed for some obscene language.
Let them get back 10.
Apologies for those of you at home having to endure that volley from Luca Petrozzi.
If he uses that language again, he leaves.
Yeah, I don't understand that sort of behaviour for me. You've just had a really good line break. You've got a penalty for not back 10. And then to do something as silly as that when your team could be in the opposition 22. Yeah, it's not smart.
When you're 6 centimetres from the referee.
Yeah. Bit more tact needed, I think.
More. Regathered.
Well, it's getting a bit wild out there in the latter stages.
Guys, bring your physio on, please.
And it looks like Mitchell Renton has been clipped on the way into contact.
Captain. Yeah, for me, I don't have anything there, okay? Yeah.
It was just a hand,
making sure we're on the same page.
It was a hand or a nail or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Communication's been good from Harry Parsons. It's it's a stop in play for just the injury.
Okay. What I have very clearly heard and what the mic has picked up is the word that he's used. It's as simple as that.
No need to explain it again. Spot on.
Harry, 11 and 13 blue, please. 11 and 13 blue.
Blue 11, blue 13. Replacements, please.
Jack Davis and Pete Reed are leaving the field.
Yeah.
Harry, what do you have on the clock?
15. Pretty much aligned with the screen.
Just looked like we got a straight down the face there. He's bobbling the ball, trying to regather. OE's player came in, missed the ball, and got his face instead.
Yeah, I know, it was a rugby incident, for lack of a better word. All right, lads.
I think this game's had a few heated moments, but like you said, the referees managed the game well by talking to the players, explaining everything, and not allowing it to bubble over.
Yeah, diffuse things very nicely, and I think a lot of common sense refereeing in there as well.
Bind. Set.
Well, for the first time, Old Elthamians managed to stand their ground in the scrum. Some fresh legs and some silky looking running arriving from the bench. Again, isolation, and this time it's Sam Williams. I beg your pardon, Dylan Robertson getting the plaudits, and he's the one who lights the attacking spark. One of the try scorers, Matthew Chick, arrives. This could be the final if Owies can round things off. The offload's loose from Sam Ryan. And again, a promising passage comes to a dissatisfying close for Owies, but you feel it's a matter of time before one of those bursts culminates in a try.
Yeah, I love the ambition of the tap on the penalty. You can just tell the game's tempo's starting to drain out the game a little bit, and sometimes you just need to change something to make a different decision, and that tap was definitely the one. Found loads of space on the outside, and the forwards have kept the ball alive so well for Owies throughout this game. And unfortunately, he just goes to the floor at the end there.
Crouch! Bind! Hooker, pre-engaging.
After all their success, the pre-engage and gift a free kick to Owies is not what Smiths needed, and Cube shovels an offload that gets feathered off the hand backwards from Smiths, and Owies have it again in the 22. He's been a real handful all game, Reece Norman, and he makes some more meters. The dynamism of Sam Ryan gallops into the line, but another handling error draws play to a close, and we're just having a look. Hayden Wilds is on wearing 17 for Old Elthamians. And it's a special day for Hayden Wilds. Today marks his final appearance at the ripe old age of 49, Amber.
That's impressive there, and if you're going to have your final game, what an occasion to have it on.
And his introduction seems to have shored things up rather nicely in the front row.
Yeah, they were under all sorts of pressure earlier on in the game, and the last couple of scrums, they've definitely had that parity.
Smiths, without that dominant platform, go to their backs a little sooner than they have done previously, and their clearance can only take them to about 10 paces beyond their 22.
Yeah, it's too far to go.
I can't help but be quite nothing. It's not you, I'm not talking to you, it's Hancock. He's in there, he's literally head short.
Play on, play on.
Off the floor and into the hands of Rhys Norman, who just loves making unglamorous meters when he's up against it. Really has got through some heavy traffic today, the number 8.
Your attacker was on the wrong side.
Owies moved the ball left, and the spiral grubber kick tumbles into the 22, and we're going to be back to where we started.
Not live.
By and large. Well, a little further up. Not given sufficient credit to Duncan Spurrier there.
Smiths, this is your mark.
Yes, those post-contact meters that OEs are making, in particular their back row. We've mentioned Rhys Norman, Matthew Chick as well. They're just making ground, which is allowing their breakdown to be a lot quicker. The ball that the backs are getting is way easier for them to attack and find those wide spaces compared to the Smiths.
Determined running, really zeroed in on his role to burst the tackle. And you can just see the energy of the replacements beginning to make a difference. There's some tired legs and fatigued minds. Where are the openings? Where are the tries?
Your hands went past.
Smiths ushered away from the attempted jackal. A pirouette from Sam Ryan. And old Elthamians have so many hoops out wide. They travel back inside. That's Cam Hames. Again, the fringes targeted. Oh, Fred Astaire feet. Sees Ollie Thompson dance his way to the try line. And that score may have just slotted the crown rather snugly on the head of old Elthamians in this Counties 2 Championship final.
I've just got about 8.5.
He's looked like a real live wire attacking those fringes since he's come on. Not afraid to take a bit of contact, keep hold of the ball, and sells the big dummy. Beats the tackle, and then that big right foot step. Again, he still had work to do, but he's injected a real spark since coming on.
Keep breathing and believing. One more save, please. Come on.
Well,
Yes.
actually, there's been a bit of jersey switching, and
Blue 2 coming up. Blue 2.
it was Ben Adamson, the 19-year-old, who's recently been accepted into Army officer training at Sandhurst in September. But he's going to head there with a try at Twickenham to brag about in the barracks.
Good to go, Harry.
Good to go?
Good to go.
Thank you. Time on.
Get straight seven in the middle, come on! Connect with me, Tay!
Knock on, offside.
Long way to go now
Let's move back to
for Smiths.
penalty, knock on, offside.
Around 5 minutes or so to play, 33-14. Three scores.
Yeah.
Does the improbable start now? 5 metres from the line in this corner.
You're going to have a score to make up. That's the way to do it. Not the prettiest kick to the touch, but it's 5 metres out, and he's given his forwards a real good platform to go on and score.
There we go, Andre. Backwards. Ball's available, ball's available.
The big runners of Smiths queuing up. Nathan Roberts, always a willing battering ram. The captain Hawker scoops the ball up whilst travelling at pace. Up rushes old Elthamians and their blitz once more. They've been unrelenting today, but almost Roberts finding the soft shoulder that he needed. This time it's more direct. This time Smith go to within one. Tyler Rees can't find the finishing touch.
Tackle.
Still no way through. A championship built on defence for old Elthamians. But Smiths keep coming in waves of blue, and it's knocked up and not regathered. And OEs will finish this final with 14, their third yellow card of the contest. Cam Hancock is going to sit out the final few minutes.
Scrum called.
Smiths just need to close up a little bit of width on these passes from 9. The longer that ball's in the air, the further OEs, and they've shown all game how quickly they want to get off the line, how much ground they can cover, and it just means that Smiths are having to cover so much distance to then get back to the try line. So taking a bit more momentum into those passes off 9, closing them up slightly will help them get over the gain line and build a bit of momentum.
Crouch! Point! Set!
To the blind side, they target Spuria. Almost there, despite 3 gold and blue hooped players laying in wait. Open they go. Still no way through. Better from Smith. Now, surely their time to strike in the left-hand corner, but it is epic defence. Last-ditch, body on the line stuff from old Elthamians. And somehow Smiths have been denied, but did they do so illegally?
Yeah. Captain. Right, lads. We've got a no-arms contact as he's going to score the try. There's a second player that's tackling. It's going to be a penalty only, but you're going to the bin.
Penalty only, penalty only.
Captain, there was a second tackler there, so it's a penalty. He's gone to the bin.
I think even if the second player didn't come in there, and Cube's done a phenomenal amount of work. He got stood up initially, but he's covered the ground with his acceleration and definitely stopped that try in the corner.
Cam Haynes sent from the field. On the occasion of his 50th appearance today for the first team. So, OEs will finish this final with 13.
Wait for my whistle. Wait for my whistle.
Smiths have to find the quickest way to the try line, and I'm not sure it's buttering the door down.
Wow. You may be right, Amber. because they've not only not scored, but they've also coughed up the ball. Reece Norman fighting his way forward. What a carry to set up the exit opportunity.
Charlie, you all right?
And it's more time out of the clock.
6 gold, please, Harry.
That says
6 gold.
You've got about 9 OE's players in 15 metres of space, and
Gold, please.
I think sometimes you just need to look up and see the bigger picture. And the quickest way to the try line for me at the moment isn't a direct route, because OE's defence has been phenomenal all game. It's finding the softer shoulders on the edges. The last defender is on the post, and there's free space out wide.
Going off now.
So it's number 4. Yeah, just number 4.
Okay, 1 second. Simon, are we good to go?
We are good to go.
Thank you very much.
Nathan Roberts makes way for Smith's Rugby, and he gets a rapturous reception from the supporters who are on their feet, and they've travelled in their droves to be here today to cheer on the blue and white. Reece arches back, gathers in, and now the Blue Waves look to crash upon the golden shores of OE's once more. The dam of old Elthamians bursts, and the Blues flood through, and they deservedly get another score. It's John Bryant, another Smith stalwart with over a decade's service, who crashes across,
How often do you get to play here?
and he gets
Harry, just double check
a
the signals
moment
on your watch, please.
to remember at the home of English rugby.
Special moments for these players. You might end up on the wrong side, but for a decade of service at one club is pretty special. So to come out with a try, and the maul's been a real weapon for Smiths. They just haven't been able to get it into the game as much as they probably would have liked. But we still get another play, so playing for pride now at this point, but they've got an opportunity to go back and score again.
Oh, no.
No joy from the tee on this occasion.
1 minute left. 1 minute left.
1 minute of the match
1
remaining.
minute.
Well, it's been a really enthralling match, to be honest. One that's ebbed and flowed, and while Smiths have never been able to capture the lead at any one stage, they've always been within sight. They've challenged old Elthamians all the way throughout the 80. But they're not going to be able to deny Gavin Lack and his men successive league and cup doubles. Spurrier gets asked to get after this one. It's a wonderful pickup from Reece Norman, who's been a standout in gold and blue today.
The amount of work that he's put in for his team so far to get back shows what fitness he's got and what work Reagan desire he's got for his team.
But Tyler Reece makes a wonderful tackle, and then the jackling intent is there, but it is actually feathered forward. The advantage is over. That is a clearance I don't think he could try a million times and do again.
Off feet, 18.
Tapped, played when he wasn't 10. There may be another. Oh, it was a beautiful no-look round the shoulder offload. And if it had stuck, I wonder would there have even been one more play. But Smiths Rugby's race is run. Courageous in defeat on their first Twickenham Allianz Stadium bow. But for Gavin Locke, for old Elthamians, and all 22 of the golden blue, it is another historic day in the club's history. A remarkable second successive league and cup double secured at the home of English rugby. Old Elthamians RFC are the Men's Counties 2 Championship Cup champions. Welcome everybody back to the Allianz Stadium, Twickenham, for the Community Cup Finals weekend. Old Elthamians have just claimed a crown, and now it's the turn of men's Counties 1 championship teams. Brunel in grey with the ball in their hands, ready to kick off against Stamford RFC in the purple and white hoops, who are fervently supported in the stands of the home of English rugby. This could be a blockbuster. Stamford, who 12 years ago missed out on an opportunity to reach this very same final, going down in the semi-final stage up against Brunel, beaten finalists last year.
So that's taken into the 50.
And I tell you what, the students who hail from not too far up the road are being drowned out by the huge travelling support of Stamford, who've been raucous from the get-go. But they're watching their boys in purple battle away defensively here as Brunel make a bright start with the ball in hand.
Tackle! Away two.
Nice shapes from the students, but untidy ball behind Ben Radner, and Matthew Hicks sees it fly into touch, and Stamford survive an early onslaught from Brunel.
First thing for the crowd to cheer about on that far side. Really good kick-off initially by Brunel, but Stamford with a really clean exit will give them confidence going into the rest of this game.
Edward Cox, the open side taken low. He's in the back row today, alongside his brother and vice-captain George. Show and go from William Andrews, a key addition to the squad since joining from arch rivals Oakham. And a man who is no stranger to handling pressure, having landed a number of key kicks in their dramatic 100-minute semi-final win over Novocastrians. Pick and go round the fringes and into the Brunel half for the first time. Andrews emptied after serving up that ball to his centres. Stepping in, Ian Downer flies the ball back. Nice offload, and there's David Martin retiring on the final whistle. The Stamford stalwart. Tell you what, Amber, there's a lot of confidence in the way that both these sides are attacking.
Yeah, Stamford are just being really patient. Apart from that kick there, as I say that, but they're building the phases, keeping hold of the ball well. Brunel having a dabble at each breakdown, trying to get that jackal turnover, but they're just securing their own ball. Every carry seems to be making a couple of metres in contact, and that sustained pressure has earned this penalty. And I love the fact that they're going for the corner.
Apart from that kick, they were playing for the penalty, Amber.
Yeah, definitely. Just building that. Brunel defence was holding up, but they were just eking those couple of metres, edging closer and closer to the 22, and that's really key for the opening parts of the game. You need to get your hands on the ball. Teams start to get twitchy if they don't have much possession, so it's a really good start for Stamford.
First line out isn't entirely precise, and adjudged to have been knocked forward there.
I'll give you more room. Back two. Let's go.
Early opportunity missed there, the line out, but Brunel now needs to test their exit game. Can they work their way up the field effectively and not allow Stamford to rebuild that pressure?
Seconds. Come on, boys, here we go.
Crouch.
Immaculate conditions for running rugby on an immaculate surface as well. This time last week, Harlequins and Gloucester in town for the big summer kickoff, but that is a big summer sit down. What a carry.
That is a statement of intent right from the off.
Use it! Tiny run, Whites.
Well, reached for the 9-iron, but picked out a lob wedge instead. It works out for Stamford as Ian Downer collects. Vice-captain links up with his blind side, Michael Kendall. Round the corner comes Stamford, bursting off the balls of their feet. That's so casual from William Andrews. Little bit of room round the fringes.
No hands. Come on. Good choice.
I think Andrew's going to have a lot coming to him throughout this game. Brunel seems to be targeting him already. So I hope he's got a strong set of ribs on him.
Early tickles from the shoulders of the West London students. Lovely offload under real pressure. The timing impeccable. And they still target the short side, but maybe putting a little bit too much pressure on their hands.
Never offside.
An opportunity to right the wrongs of the last line out. But intent from Stamford, they're clearly here to play. They're not shying away from the physicality, but when that ball's on to go wide, they're really looking to play flat to that Brunel line, tease the defenders out, commit them to the tackle, and then play round into the space.
Number three.
Matt Albison will love what he's seen so far. We're going to take a look at that explosive carry.
Key 10.
And Andrews matadoring away despite the attentions of the Brunel blitz. Toiling in the corner are Stamford. Muscular defence from Brunel. Early signs of a cracking match unfolding here today as George Cox is repelled. This time it's the turn of the other vice-captain, Ben Chisholm. Downer, who has been bedevilled by injuries, a couple of consecutive broken left legs, has kept him out of regular action, but here he is, surviving, resilient, at the Allianz Stadium, Twickenham. Oh, a thunderbolt arrives from out of the blind spot, just a hint of a slither of room for Fraser Hutton, whose sister Charlotte has flown in from Australia to be here today. Pirouetting round the corner, Brunel not supporting their feet in the jackal attempt, but a gift in the midfield, a heartbreaker for Andrews, a landbuster for Jack Thorne, and a captain's knock in the opening 10 minutes.
What a defensive read. I thought Stamford were in this corner. It looked like they pulled the trigger at the right time. Some muscular work from the forwards to get them close to that line. Play out to the backs, but just not quite deep enough to go round Thorne, who reads this so well.
Thank you.
Heartbreak for Stamford as the business management student takes care of business. The intercept, the conversion, and the 7-point lead for Brunel with less than 9 minutes played.
That's a long run in from there. He's looking back over his shoulder to see if anyone's chasing, but he read the ball so well. The player out at the back for Stamford, just going a little bit too early, so only opening that front door option. Great start for Brunel.
Almost bang on the money. Finals are games of margins, and Will Andrews going to have to dust himself down now. An intercept and then straight out from the kick. He's been a marked man so far.
He's been a marked man, but he's shown some really good composure. Obviously, the intercept play must have rattled him slightly, but Stamford have played really well in his opening 10 minutes, and bar the intercept, I think they need to remember that and not allow that to weigh too heavy on their mind, because their attacking shapes, the momentum that they've gained in the collision has been great. They just need to get back to that as quickly as possible.
Bind. Set.
The scrummaging horns lock, and it's going to be a tussle all afternoon. That looks like it is straight out, quite emphatically so.
Live for the moment.
I think the second you saw it, it pinged off the laces, hadn't it?
Yeah, pinged off the laces. The 15-22, his eyes opened up for that opportunity, but just got underneath it a little rather than drill the low one that rolls into the corner.
Good contest in the air, and Brunel emerged with the ball. More big collisions and hard hits from Edward Cox. Kick somewhere in between competitive and at range.
Yeah, needed to find that either one or the other there. Wasn't quite deep enough, but it gives Stamford an opportunity now to attack a little bit more.
Both sides looking sharp in attack, but Brunel, the team in the lead. Oh, wow! A bomb explodes and detonates the Brunel defence momentarily. The intercept is being sniffed again, and Andrews, he did see it open up, and he did have David Martin on the shoulder.
Thanks, Simon.
But composure escapes him once more.
He's done so well after that initial juggle. The big sit down. And there was no hit of a sidestep in that backfield. It was route one. Try and do the same again.
Right, anything we need to talk about?
Oh.
Happy?
Just keep an eye on the grey back foot, but generally they're all right.
Yeah.
That right there is a prop who played all 100 minutes of their semi-final.
It went away, but
that's incredible.
So just keep more space. Yeah, thanks, Gavin. You're right there.
No hints of fatigue in those powerful pins
Okay, let's get the water
for
off, please.
Callum Robertson.
Yeah.
Took 11 goes to catch it, but once he got going,
Time is on, gents. Let's go, please.
To be fair, that was great defence in the backfield as well. To stop him, he was definitely on a mission to that try line.
the gnarly carry from the inside centre, Matt St. Clair. Oh, Cox is taking some names out there, isn't he? It's what you want your 7 doing. Getting that blue head guard into the thick of things. Gliding run, married with a dummy. You could see what he wanted to do, free up the chicken wing. Not quite accurate enough from Ben Radner.
He just seemed to find another gear to go through that space, and right idea to try and find that out the back offload. But St. Clair's set a really good platform from his side so far. Really good initial carry early doors from the scrum. Another one there off the line out.
The line out is malfunctioning. for Stamford at the moment, and they're scrambling to get back into position for these willing runners in grey to accelerate onto them. More lightning quick ball, a little bit awkward for the halfback Nick Garley. Huge humans being launched at holes. Stamford are having to fight hard. Now it's the hooker Matthew Hicks. Pick and go with a friend looking to propel him that little bit further across the line. Stamford circling the wagons.
That's short.
Brunel still short, but not for the second time. Too much pressure, too much power. And Brunel have a second. And it's Harvey Hart.
Thank you. Thanks.
Once Sassari's academy man.
Yes.
So he knows just what it feels like to score tries in the capital city, but he's got one of the most famous stadium of them all.
It's a big old sign with his name on it as well in that far stand. But it's just an onslaught of Brunel forwards at the moment, wave after wave of big carriers, gain momentum for their side. Really great composure, good setup of the pick and go, and a great finish.
Have they made the change?
No, they haven't made the change yet.
Okay. Just wait to come on.
It's coming at a cost though, because Brunel are making a replacement, I think.
Okay. Brunel
Martin
we'll just wait for that.
Chernohorski
They're just making a change.
is making way. The
All done, all done.
Yeah. Time on.
Czech international, both 7s and 15s. So an early reshuffle for Brunel, but they've got the breathing room to do so, leading 14-0.
This is Dutch ball. Set that please, Brunel.
That early intercept seems to rattle Stamford a little bit. They just haven't found their groove since that moment. Lost a couple of set piece and opportunities to build back into the game.
Harley Riches, aka the Honey Badger, goes to his banker ball at the front.
That's once. 5 foot there, 3.
That's good from Andrews, bringing in George Offer, one of 4 Offer boys to have worn the club colours in their time. There is a little more hesitancy to the way that Stamford are going about their business now.
Use it!
And they have to wait for Hutton to arrive and get things sparking again. Quicker now, Andrews slips it inside. Now Jack Jones, the captain, on hand. Really rangy and dynamic style of second row. He wouldn't look out of place with 6 on his back. Here he is. He got the try in extra time against the team from Newcastle, Nova Castrians. George Cox.
Big double shot there in the middle.
It's pretty short shrift from the Brunel defence. And a gift just pops up off the Twickenham turf. And a penalty for Brunel.
Stamford just look a little bit stifled at the moment. Brunel really attacking that breakdown, and they're getting some slower ball to come from, which means the Brunel defence is set, and we're getting big double shots like that, and they're just not getting the same momentum they did in that opening 10 minutes.
Number 6.
We've seen the power and the dynamism of these Brunel forwards in grey. Now we see the guile as they disguise the no lift, but ultimately it doesn't work in their favour. However, we know what they can do from point blank range, and they've done it again. And it's the same man. Harvey Hart driving a second try scoring dagger through the Stamford Cup final hearts.
Thank you.
Right place, right time. Stamford just a little bit slow to organise that blindside guard to protect that space close to the ruck.
Waiting. Yes.
Well, it's all coming up, smelling of Brunel right now. Captain Jack maintains 100% from the tee. 3 from 3. Brunel leading Stamford 21 points to 0.
Never on the ball. Use. Yes.
Returned with real intent from Ian Downer. Better from Stamford, but you have to admire the defensive desire of Brunel. They're not just hitting, they are smashing these Stamford runners, and they're getting back up for more as well. Lucky not to concede a penalty there.
They just need to offer a little bit more around the ball carry at the moment. They're just on their own, so there's not that deception of the little tip. Brunel will come around in pods of 3. They've got an inside-outside lift, and then they're there for the latch if they decide to carry. Stamford just need a few more options, which allows a one-on-one, and that's what they did so well in that first period of the game that was allowing them to get over the gain line.
Right, let's go. So it's your side of the scrum. Make sure we're keeping our space, please.
Yeah, go now, boys. Go. Yeah, loose. Second. Let's go, Mikey.
Crouch.
Yeah.
Bind.
Let's stop him behind the top. Let's do what's the side piece to stop him behind the top. We also don't have to watch it.
Okay. Keep space, long bind, stay down.
Yeah, long.
Let's go, lads. Quickly.
Let's go, Mikey. Go on, boys, here we go. Bring them up here, here we go. Seconds.
Crouch. Bind. Jess, can I just have you two, please? So you're loose head, so you need to get your bind inside. You need to get your bind over the top. Okay?
He's coming away from me.
Just go over the top of him. Wait for him to bind, then go over the top. Let's go, lads, come on.
Second. Not stand.
Crouch! Bind! Set!
Here we go. Are we going to get the ball away? Scrum gets chewed up somewhat, and the referee loses patience and enforces Brunel to use it. St. Clair looks like such a handful, doesn't he?
It's going some for defenders beaten already in this game. There's only 25 minutes played.
Wonderful feet. It's all well and good having power, but if you can shift that point in power, oh, silky from Brunel. The students are playing liquid rugby.
The speed of ball and the deft little off the shoulder to find the line break. Still had some finishing and the footwork around the outside. That was beautiful to watch. Quick pass at the line, the little pump and fade. Through the gap. Lovely left foot step. What a try.
So scrum, we just need to make sure Brunel Tighthead gets his bind over the top. And then I think that last one just went around on the mark.
Ben Radner, formerly at the Northampton Saints under-18s, showing a bit of academy class there.
Waiting. Yes.
One purple coming off. One purple.
And Captain Jack continues to be a thorn in the Stamford side from the tee. 4 from 4. Brunel 28, Stamford 0.
He's had such a great start to this game. Everything Brunel are doing well was coming through him. He's really marshalling it.
Okay.
Driving his team around the pitch with some silky skills on show as well.
Okay, good to go.
Thank you. When you're ready.
Bravely taken and promptly cut in half. St. Clair, for the first time, oh no, he does make meters. Just when I thought he'd been swallowed up by a bigger man.
It's just teasing you.
Yeah, just flexes the muscles that little bit more. Stamford need a little something now. They need something to reinflate the ties of optimism. Oh, but opening up the captain's internal organs for a thorough inspection from a Brunel right shoulder maybe isn't the way.
Taken into 50.
Squeezed off the outside of the boots. Touch found. Brunel throwing.
They've had a couple of little dabbles down that blind side and they've got some good change from it. Here we can see just jumping back down that side, skips, missed pass, a little bit of free space. But they're just too static when they're coming off the pod.
Let's keep 10 laps.
And it's just allowing Brunel to get up and line them up.
Yeah, a ball fizzed at your face, close range as well, isn't going to help your body position as well. Because you need to be at your best travelling into these tackles from Brunel. Defensively, they look solid.
We've seen some exceptional bump offs so far, but the body height of all of those, the good examples where they're low, balls tucked, allowing their full body weight to go through that collision, not reaching above your head with your ribs exposed and someone flying out the line at you.
Crouch.
I'm going, yeah. Down, no quick, down, no quick.
Bind. Set. Ball is out.
Ball spat out of a crumbling scrum. They continue round the left. Edward Cox, who's been a bright spark in purple, loses possession, and Stamford all of a sudden are defending once more.
Scrum advantage now over.
There's the tip, but it's in great. Tony Hawa barrels his way forward. St. Clair makes his customary 5 metres.
Taken into the 50.
Smartly claimed by Thorne, who had to improvise, but he comes up with his first error of the match.
Just inside the half, boys. Here we go, I'm signing.
That little tip there from the pod in the middle from Brunel is the difference between the two sides. One from Stamford earlier on, where they got melted from the Brunel defence, very static, not moving anywhere, whereas Brunel are coming around the corner, tipping to someone who's running on at pace.
Off goes Cox, galloping through the Brunel backline. All the way to the 22, the talismanic open side. Now it's the turn of Michael Kendall. The blind side pouring round the left corner at pace. Hutton goes back inside, awkwardly shoveled. Off goes the Honey Badger. Offer swatted away. Again Kendall, and again meters made. Cox, the outstanding individual in hoops so far.
No 6, second attempt.
There's just no way through at the moment for Stamford.
Knee, please, Gray. Wow.
Go, go, go is the call. Oh, sir.
It's got to be a bit closer.
Oh, that's unlucky there.
Same as that penalty, hands on the floor first, then back onto the ball. Hands on the floor first, then back onto the ball.
Well, they have to go to the corner. They have to come away with 7 points here.
On the last scrum, White Tighthead needs to stay more in the contest and make sure that the grey loose head continues to drive straight.
That was better from Stamford, though. Starting to build a little bit of pressure.
Grey loose head needs to stay straight.
Okay, thank you. There you go.
Taken without fuss at the front, awkwardly offloaded to Kendall. Now it's the turn of Chisholm, the vice captain. Then the captain Jones, riding forward for a couple of extra metres through the challenge of James Pullen. This is better from Stamford. Oh, just a show and go, almost enough to sell to Brunel. Downer wants it, but he doesn't get it. Instead, it's Joe Ireland. Cox travelling laterally, but but still managing to move forward. Ball just drilled into the breadbasket, but still not quite there. Stamford are close. Stamford are there, wave after wave. A purple hoops jersey. And eventually, Brunel's resolve is broken. They needed it so desperately. And it finally came from one of their big men. And you can tell right there.
We've got 6 minutes left.
It was a lung-busting passage. But it was the face play all put together, Amber, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's how they started off the game. Players coming on with momentum, getting on the shoulder, offering the tip lines, carrying harder into that Brunel defence, and they're just not allowing them to set, and then a really good composed finish to go over from close range.
25.
You felt like they really had to try and stem the tide of Brunel at some point.
Optimistically cheered over by the Stamford fans here at the Allianz Stadium, but no dice. But Stamford on the board, and George Cox. The man to bully his way across.
Use! Sorry, tackle.
Andrews has a bit more of his zip about him once more. He's at the bottom of that ruck, so a forward has to carry next. Ben Chisholm round the corner.
Use the ball.
Bounced, collected, and then balancedly brought forward. Oh, the fractures are forming. And the razor-sharp instincts of Nick Galley has again punished Stamford mercilessly. The aerospace engineering undergrad takes off for Brunel into the left-hand corner. And they have a 5th try in this first half.
Just the speed round the corner, and then just picks on the defence. Not quite connected enough, not talking to each other around the fringe of that breakdown like any good 9. Pins his ears back, puts his head down, finds his way to the try line.
Time check, Will, please. Time check. 2 minutes 40. No.
Jack Thorne unsuccessful for the first time from the tee. But the 28-point lead is reinstated. Claimed by Seb Dando. Who is one half of a towering and physical second row pairing. The other being Joe Bacciarini, who was player of the match in their semi-final triumph over Cobham 6 days ago. And he also scored 4 tries here in defeat last season, which is remarkable. I'm not sure if I've heard of a second row scoring 4 tries before.
That's one for the record books for sure.
No hands, Gray. Use the ball.
So move.
Stamford bare their teeth in pursuit of that up and under. Brunel from within their own half, offering so much depth and acceleration onto these passes. Well, there wasn't much that Ian Downer could do.
Stamford, take the line, please.
Again, Stamford, really good kick chase. Ball's gone up.
It's their ball.
Trying to compete at that breakdown, but it's the speed that Brunel transition from their short play with their heavy carriers out to the width, and just a lovely bit of variety in that edge channel to play in behind the closing winger.
In my bag.
And Ian Downer's done well to cover that space and
Do you want it now or
take the ball out.
Yeah, time is off.
Attention here, I think that is for George Cox. Try scorer, the vice-captain, and a man who played an awful lot of rugby in the Championship for Nottingham.
Is that the guy who's done? Yes, you're going off, mate.
Nigh on
Yeah, he's coming off here.
decade-long career and nearly 100 appearances. So he is a talismanic player, a man of real class and calibre, but a man that will be generously applauded off. The fans will be so sad to see George Cox leave the field prematurely. Stamford must re-steel themselves because Brunel are battering away once more. They're bursting through, but the hands let them down. They'll have to settle for just the 28-point lead at the break. 40 fierce minutes from the students have left them in pole position for a championship crown at the Allianz Stadium. Half-time here, Brunel 33, Stamford 5.
No, nothing. No, all good. Thanks, yeah. Simon, you ready?
Very clear.
Gavin?
Yeah, all good.
Welcome back to the second half of the Men's Counties 1 Championship final at Allianz Stadium, Twickenham. Stamford in purple and white hoops trail Brunel University in grey 33 points to 5 after a 5-star first half display from the students. But Stamford get a big hit and a line out to start the second 40.
Exactly how you want to start the half when you're trailing. Statement of intent. Again, a really good kick chase. Great kick out to touchline.
Both teams wisely retreating into the slither of shade that is on that west side for half-time. Poor Amber and I are dousing on the factor 50 as fast as we can. Stamford, speaking of fast, need to score quick if they're to hold any hope of working their way back into this final. It's one that has been dominated, in all fairness, by Brunel, but only since the intercept from Jack Thorne. It was a bright start to the game from Stamford, similar to this, but on this occasion they need to make it count with points. Nice offload out of the tackle. Downer's there, and Downer is down by James Pullen. Brutal, relentless. Brunel.
Hey, step off for me. Step off.
There's some treatment about to be administered to Callum Robertson, who met the full might of Joe Bacciarini.
At the moment, I've just got a scrum. Have you got anything different there, Gavin?
And co.
Yeah.
Okay, so just give me some space, please, Jack. So you got a head contact?
Yes.
Okay, so we need to talk about this.
Yeah.
Fine. I haven't got anything there other than the knock on, so talk me through what you've seen.
I can't remember what number was coming in. Yeah, that came in high, head.
So penalty only was on. Thank you.
I think it was Bacciarini who came in secondary.
Live, I only had the knock on there, but my AR has seen a high contact, so we'll restart with a penalty to you.
I think the initial tackle was quite high.
Because we've got a high contact there, which I missed live, but the AR got it. Okay.
Yeah, it was 5.
Yes. Yeah, you'll be good there, thank you.
It's always really hard as that secondary tackler. If the first contact is quite high, it was around sternum height already, you've got nowhere to go unless you go underneath that player, so he's just slipped up.
Just wait for the whistle.
Maybe a lifeline that Stamford needed.
Going on, Brunel. High contact.
Well, what they didn't need was Callum Robinson having to leave the field injured. This is the 100-minute man. It takes a lot to get him off, and he's a key cog. We saw his explosiveness
Use the AR. Back 10.
in the first half. That must mean that Cameron Boyd is onto the field, just trying to eye up the numbers out there. It's a penalty to Stamford.
18 white over the ball, 9 grey holding on.
But Cameron Boyd, wearing 18, has just won that penalty over the ball. Joe Ireland is also one wearing 17. So a full prop replacement. Stamford spin out. The remaining Cox Edward thrusts ahead. Chisholm with his captain on his back loses the ball forward.
Lost forward into contact.
Here we go.
It's a real shame because he has carried really well in his game, gaining some metres for his team, but Cox has been everywhere for Stamford, really trying to put his foot down, give his team a little bit of gain line, spinning out of tackles, bumping players off.
Yeah.
And it'll take a man like him to really ignite something for this comeback.
Binds. Set. Pitch to your side, Gavin.
All good.
Okay.
Let's go.
As we said before the game, both sides have got to go straight if you want any reward. The whip's round on the mark, no one's getting rewarded.
Through him, Joey. Yeah, loose. Come on, Joey, you got the pigs over me. Let's go.
Words of encouragement for Joey Ireland, who's got big boots and jersey to fill in Michael Harris going from the field. All 124 kilos of Harris.
Set.
The break from 8, and Brunel create a nice angle for them to clear the decks. Scrambles through past the halfway, and Downer is there. Sends up the bomb. Who's going to defuse that one? Oh, it's a great chase, and it's an even better take. Oh, and it could be a mercurial finish. Oh, it was desperate defence. The tackle that absolutely had to be made, because James Pullen had his eyes on a Twickenham worldie. The game's come alive. Cox is there, of course he is, he's everywhere.
Use it!
Nicely came from Downer, awkwardly, travelling backwards. Look at that chase from Brunel. A grey wall ahead of them, and it's just reward for the hard work.
Yeah, what an initial break off the kick.
4 grey, first man on the ball, 11 white holding on. Yeah, I'm happy there, thank you.
It's always risky kicking across your post, but it was a good chase initially. Probably needed to get in the air, but big right foot step. Shame they couldn't finish it off, but again, Cox put it in the work for his team.
Okay,
purple.
Yeah, you could see the smoke coming out of the engine of Antonio Suarez, who had to chase back there for Brunel.
For Stamford.
Yeah.
And then the second
Number 2,
he glanced up, he saw Edward Cox bearing down upon him.
Let's go, guys, on you go.
Not surprised, the tempo this second half's been played out. They're just slowing the ball down at this set piece. Brunel don't need to chase the game, they can control it.
Sorry, my bad.
There they come.
They got Ali Short, the replacing hooker, taking to the field. And he's immediately called into action to marshal things and bury his head in a rolling maul that is rolling, and it is travelling dangerously in the direction of the Stamford line. Dangerously, unstoppably. It is now 6 of the best for Brunel University. And that comeback mountain task has just got that little bit taller to climb.
They're so well drilled in that 4-pack. You'd have to say that it's probably against the run of play. That half-time team talk for Stamford must have really got them fired up, because they've had a really bright start to this second half, but Brunel have had one opportunity in their 22 and they've come away with the points.
Change has been made already, Will.
Okay,
all done.
Thank you.
9, 10 and 11.
From Stamford.
For Brunel, all done.
Brunel just haven't blinked.
Captain is then for Brunel, please.
The moment the try-liners come onto their horizon,
Number 8 from
they
Brunel.
look in peak physical condition. Everyone knows their role. And there is an intensity and fury to which they've got about their business. But an unnecessary error from the kickoff means that Cox can link up with his backs and the hands can flash along the line, and Tom Chesworth can be released, and so too Freddie Chapman. 18 tries in his debut season in the purple and white hoops. Captain Jack Jones. Side down, but Stamford still going strong in the 22. Again, the red zone has been their weakness. Knocked forward, kicked away, claimed. There for Brunel once more. And Stamford, that's a beautiful ball. To open up the left-hand side, a hop and a skip and a hitch and a goose. Everything going on in that step. Chapman, one-handed, tumbling through the tackles. One thing you're unlikely to do to this Brunel team is run right through them. Big hit comes in, but the penalty falls in favour of Stamford.
Starting to open up a little bit now with the kicking game. Not making touch, lots of ball in play time. But you'd have to say that probably favours this fit Brunel side.
Well. 1, 3 and 7.
Okay. Replacements, number 1, 3 and 7.
And 8 is captain.
Thank you.
Purple 14. Purple 14.
Fine. Yeah, we'll watch.
How long will we still got change, please?
Just wait, please.
That last passage of attack, though, from Stamford was a really lovely bit of play. Had one hit up and then out the back, using the forward as a decoy runner. Seeing Freddie Chapman in open space for probably the first time in this game.
Early lift. Early lift.
Overthrow falls kindly for Brunel, but there was an early lift in there. So Stamford, tap, go, and they try and go some more. There's another big Brunel boy clinging on to the bootstraps. Edward Cox, no meters on this occasion. Lovely delay on the ball. Oh, it's sumptuous hands from sizzling Stamford. And Freddie Champagne Chapman coasts across with a fine, fine finish. Stepping off his left and accelerating home for Stamford's second of the afternoon in the West London sun.
Much quicker ball, using that decoy out the back. Lovely engage at the line by both inside players, and still took some finishing with St Clair coming across, but Chapman, lovely left foot step inside the defence, over for the try.
You got 30 seconds.
Fraser Hutton May have just snuck that one in. Doesn't have the legs. They'll settle for 10. And Chapman rounds off a dazzling debut season with try number 19 of the campaign. And the most special of them all, the Community Cup Final 1. At this most famous of stadiums.
Leave the ball, please. Go back in, mate. Carry out, yeah? Such a club. That's fine, move.
Thanks, Simon. Edge of the dash, please, Stamford. Keep 10.
Blocking.
Another maul formed.
Grade 16 blocking.
16.
But
16 obstruction.
Will Harrison was blocking. Edward Cox goes off, engages 2 tacklers. And here comes Stamford. They're beginning to play. Foot to the floor. Slightly laboured. Zach Morley, the back row turns centre, turns scrum half on this occasion. Decoy run, keeps the Brunel defence honest. And I tell you what, Stamford are beginning to find a few holes. Does the turnaround start here? A nibble from Brunel at the breakdown. Oh, the timing of that arrival was what it was all about. Andrews gets served up. Edward Cox puts some footwork in. Antonio Suarez goes back row on back row as Brunel slow the ball up with a laboured crawl. Getting a little feisty out there now, Amber.
There's some energy that's just come into this match.
And Andrews taps, goes, massages the defence, carves them open, and Stamford. Oh, Stamford are denied by the assistance flag.
No way, that deserved way more. That was a hell of an effort into the corner.
Let's go to the cameras.
Time is on. Justice go, time is on. Line up.
Get tight, come in.
Oh, it's as tight as it gets. There's a new lease of life for Stamford and Brunel. But they're not rattled, but they are having their mettle tested. And in times of need, for centuries, people have turned to saints, and in Brunel's case, it's St. Clair here on the short ball. Get some solid, pragmatic go forward.
He's looked really assured in that midfield today, just doing the basics really, really well, getting his team on the front foot.
Stamford scything through the hoops in a purple patch. And everything sticking in the hands. Ryan Morris is on now, wearing 21, looking to make his mark. Tom Chesworth has been a breath of fresh air with 20. Flicked out the back. Andrews wants options, finds one in the form of Chapman. Passing needs to be more precise than that. Brunel need no second invitation to go hard with their shoulders. Cox goes to the short side, the congested side, and Morris can't cling on to the offload.
You want to make a change, purple 9. Okay.
You wonder, converted score now for Stamford. Is it still too much?
There's still time left in this game, and the way they're playing, it's definitely some heat in here. Everyone's holding their hand up, no one's shying away from Stamford. They want to get their hands on the ball. They're sharing the effort, which is going to be really important in this heat in the last 20 minutes of this game. And they're just starting to find a few more holes in that Brunel defence, which has looked so assured and strong for the first part of this game.
Well, Simon, you got the biggest boo of the evening.
Evan Barber, the vice-captain of Brunel, is down receiving treatment. You're right, Amber, there's a bit of lethargy, would maybe the right word, about Brunel. You know, they've been so on it for the entire game, but they are looking just a shade more passive now, and Stamford are capitalising.
Yeah, it's kind of part of the bus mentality. They've got a really good lead here, but you have to stay switched on and focused. They probably found a few easy tries in the first half, but Stamford have turned it on, and they're a good side. They're not going to just lie down and let Brunel come out with the win in this game. So they just need to switch on a little bit more, start to play a little bit more rugby, maybe play in the right areas, because it's not just going to be a walk in the park for this last 20 minutes.
No, you're not on first.
Every single player from this Stamford side as well, when their name got read out by the stadium announcer, the crowd cheered loudly for every single one, and they're not going to go quiet at all in this 80 minutes. So see how much of an impact they can have for their team as well.
The ball is in. Oh, wonderful shapes, brilliant offloading. Oh, a thunderous shot, a jolting one from Barber. He's dusted himself down and delivering his brand of Barbary in defence. Now it's a replacement hooker, Ali Short. Failed initially, went back for more. Stamford fancy it, their captain Jack Jones. Remember how deep they dug in the semi-final to survive 100 minutes of knockout action and come out on top. Can they find their way to the line for a third time? Not quite yet. The pick and goes keep coming, but the door keeps getting slammed shut by Brunel. Oh, but a knock-on at the crunch moment denies Stamford their third, and Brunel, to their credit, have held firm.
Stamford have thrown everything at this Brunel defence. They showed how good their pick and go game was in the first half. Unfortunate little error there, but Will Andrews has really come alive in the last 5-6 minutes. He's playing flat to the line, causing the Brunel players from the outside to overshoot, and he's just picking the holes in and around them and deciding which is the right pass to unlock the back three, who are looking really dangerous for Stamford.
Well, it's Pete Hurrell in the centres wearing 22, who's really had a profound impact, I think, as the outside option for Andrews. And Brunel are content to just put a bit of daylight between Stamford and their try line. Downer. Well, a hint of Brunel being offside of the back feet there. But all eagle and all play on. The delayed ball just travelling enough, and here's Hurrell. Hurrell chips, chases, sort of goes the... Oh, almost!
Option, scrum or 22.
Wow, almost opportunistic and acrobatic from Pete Hurrell.
Okay, scrum option.
Boos
From where he kicked it,
for
it's just
obstruction.
outside 22 here.
I think it's one of those where, had Hurrell gone right, he would have been okay, but I don't know. What's your thoughts, Amber?
I think that would have been a tough call. He's not really changed his line. He just kind of slowed down in the path. Hurrell's tried to run through him, which probably makes it look a lot worse, but Leo Elder's thankful that that dead ball came to his rescue.
Nickname Lionel Richie. Pete Hurrell, who started his rugby journey playing in Egypt.
Bind.
Go, Bill.
Set.
Yeah, no, time.
Thank you. Hooker standing up.
Got to keep the bond, Sam. Boys, let's say this.
Yeah, you just got a penalty.
Huh? Yeah, no, just one.
Will Gray want to make a change?
Say it again, Jack.
Gray 8.
Okay, I'll watch.
Will, can you hear me? Gray 8?
I thought you were just pushing up, actually.
Change, Will. Change. Gray 8.
Gray 8.
And 6 will now be captain.
Okay, thank you.
6 will be captain.
Thank you, Andre. That's yours.
Evan Barber, the vice captain. Onto the field. So all change for both sides as we enter the final 15 minutes of what really has been a gripping contest. It's one that's gotten away from Stamford in the first half. It's been a much more matched second stanza, and that was a jackling body position from Jack Jones that was difficult to argue with. The captain in second row wins the long arm, and well, it was a greedy touch finder that almost finished with egg on their face, but Stamford are into the 22.
When you're this far down on the scoreboard, you just have to pull something special out of the bag, and he got a little bit lucky there, but I think for the effort that they put in the last 10 minutes or so in this game, probably deserves a little bit of luck. And they've created a lot of chances, but you feel now they really have to convert this next one that they get to have any chance of a miraculous comeback in this game.
Hooker down the middle.
Stamford's line out lets them down. Andrews a little high in the secondary soak-up tackle.
You're upright, contact above the sternum.
It's just a couple of penalties now, missed opportunities at the set piece, but the penalties are just allowing Brunel to take the sting out of this Stamford attack. They've thrown so much at this game for the last 18 minutes, and Brunel have just been able to manage and get themselves out of pressure quite easily. It's such a difficult place to be when you look up at the scoreboard and you know you need to score a lot of tries, and the other team are walking around trying to kill the clock down, and you know your team needs to do something special.
How about that for acceleration and explosion? A devastating break into the heart of the Stamford 22. Penalty advantage as well. Brunel.
You have penalty advantage.
They've only been here once before this half. They came away with a try. They're looking to deliver a sequel. Stamford must be brave. They must re-steel themselves, and oh, that is the most unfortunate way to concede a try. They all stop for the knock-on, but what are you told? From the first time you pick up a rugby ball, play to the whistle. And it's Brunel who react fastest, Stamford statuesque. And if there was any shred of doubt, it no longer remains. Brunel are going to claim this championship, and they're going to claim it in some scoring style.
12 minutes.
Ollie Thompson, the man to pounce.
Yes.
A beauty from out wide. It rubs a little more salt into the Stamford wounds. Another pair of points for the students of West London. Brunel 45, Stamford 10. And the Brunel players and fans can begin to party prematurely now.
No, 7. Second attempt.
All that possession, all that territory has amounted to nothing for Stamford. They find themselves trailing by 35. And the accuracy, the talent and the determination of Brunel has been in plain sight here today. Gutted at missing out on this crown last year, down by old Rutlishians. And they had the heartbreak of missing out on promotion to Bucks Super Rugby once again this season, falling at the final hurdle against Swansea. But this will be something to savour for Brunel University. But Stamford have still got around about 10 minutes to make their mark.
Stealing off. Time off, sir. Do you need time off? We don't need it. Sorry.
Water's coming on.
Okay.
I think the difference between the two sides, Brunel have looked so well drilled, their skills have been slick and crisp throughout the game, error count low, and defensively they've just forced a few more errors from Stamford. And they've just been clinical where it mattered. Like you said, they've had 2 shots this half in the Stamford 22, and they've come away with tries on both occasions. And for all the pressure that Stamford have managed to exert, they just haven't been able to convert that to points on the scoreboard. And again, when you're chasing the game, that's what you need, to chip away at the score quite regularly, and they just haven't been able to do so.
Just over here. Let's wait for the whistle.
Should we get the Stamford fans?
I've got it here, mate.
Numbers! How many?
How good have these fans been? I mean, they're going to go down today, Stamford, but they have travelled en masse to get behind their team. And I think the thing that we're going to see all weekend is club rugby meaning an awful lot to an awful lot of people all around the country.
Inside.
But for Brunel, who brought their own noisy
Use
band of boys and girls along to cheer home this famous victory. They are part of a university rugby ecosystem that is also on an upward trajectory. Andrews and Cox can't combine.
Scrum, grey ball.
Edward Cox can hold his head up high, can't he?
He's had a phenomenal game. He's made line breaks, he's put tackles in, turnovers when it's mattered, and he's really, like you say, he can hold his head high because he's really put his best foot forward for his team throughout this game.
Second.
Crouch.
Did they fucking clock?
Bind. Set.
Brunel, fancy a half century, maybe. James Pullen arriving from his right wing. That is an intelligent kick and a devil of a ball to collect, but great composure shown at the back. With the grey jerseys pouring ahead. Messy breakdown, but Brunel emerge with the ball in hand. Offloaded out of the tackle to Suarez. Oh, love that offload, and it's a brilliant pickup. But his reward is to be forklifted by two Stamford tacklers and dispossessed. Boot to ball, foot race ensuing. Oh, and the ball just wouldn't sit up. Brunel thought about kicking, then they saw how much open field there was. It's a brilliant tackle. Round the laces from Cox. And bit of over-exuberance from Ali Shaw. Sees Stamford go off their feet.
We have 6 minutes to go.
I was willing that ball to sit up for Stamford. I feel like their effort in this second half really deserves something on the scoreboard. But it's just how relentless this Brunel team are. They gain some momentum and then the next wave of attack comes straight away.
That's yours. Yeah. Judge, you had two receivers. He had two receivers, you and the man behind you. Yes.
Andrews to Cox. Bounce pass. Opens up. Nice feet. Turns the defender inside out. The support on the shoulder. The injection of pace for Downer. Oh, it's a pacey offload. Oh, they got caught in two minds.
Then a second knock on.
It was a double pump off the floor, wasn't it, that was the undoing? And he went in to
touched a Brunel player
to win the breakdown and instead knocked it on.
It's so unfortunate again. Lovely bit of footwork in the middle.
Okay, do you need him for a scrum?
The in and out, the short line on the shoulder.
4 minutes.
And just that little bit of composure, probably to recognise the players coming over to seal the ball off. Keep it on the deck, and you're probably recycling that to a player running through at pace off the 9 instead.
Crouch! Bind! Set! Ball was out. Grounded by Gray. Just wait.
The scrum is pulverised. The ball squirts free.
So it's gone backwards off Gray and then grounded, so it's a scrum 5 white ball.
And the referee does the rest for me. Tell you what, though, that was tight.
Gray 11, Gray 14.
Replacements, Gray 14.
Ben Chisholm at full extension.
We have 3 minutes.
This one doesn't come out. This one stays.
Okay, scrum, Stamford ball.
Ben Radner
Let's go.
is back onto the pitch. James Pullen has made way to warm embraces down in the technical area too.
James Pullen's had some brilliant touches on the ball throughout this game. In open space, looks really dangerous. Notably, the kick return that he had didn't lead to a try, but causing a lot of problems for the Stamford defence.
Stay close.
Stamford looking to flex their scrummaging muscles once more, have a penalty in the back pocket. Andrews to Downer, who leaves the precious cargo behind.
Back on the tee here.
If Brunel hadn't been quite so brilliant in the first 40, this would have been some game.
It's felt like a proper contest. Take the scoreboard out of it. Stamford have played some really great rugby. If they can manage a score here, that fast stand is going to go absolutely wild. It was a lovely option, the wraparound play, the decoy on the shoulder. It's just that double pump meant Downer was a bit too flat to take that ball, so it is left back on his shoulder.
Crouch! Bind! Set!
Step off.
Keep on, let's go quickly. Time is off. Let's go, set up please. Stay down. Let's set up please.
Send the game right, boys, come on.
Time on. Crouch!
I'm just going to go straight.
Bind! Set!
Great.
Another penalty for Stamford.
Mark is over here. 20, Mark is over here.
Loose head collapse.
Loose head collapse.
You're offside.
They tap, they carry, they look to batter their way to the Brunel paint. Ball to ground. Stamford searching for one last try to sing about on the way home. Chisholm, the vice captain, everywhere today. Jack Jones, likewise the captain. If anyone's worthy, it's Edward Cox. It absolutely had to be. Cox has been on a crusade all day, and he is rewarded with a try at the Allianz, the talismanic open side. Gets his moment in the sun.
Like you say, there's no more deserving player wearing a Stamford shirt than Edward Cox. He's simply been brilliant for his side today in a losing cause, but a richly deserved try, sustained pressure. Stamford have had so many opportunities, and that's some finish. Brunel being physical all day, and he just outmuscles them to find his way to the try line.
No extras to add for Will Andrews. Stamford finished with a flourish, but it is without doubt Brunel University's day. The brilliant Brunel have bested Stamford in the Men's Counties 1 Championship final. Brunel University, the Kings here today at the Allianz Stadium, Twickenham, with a blitzkrieg first half performance that Stamford couldn't live with them. It was more of a contest in a second, but they maintained their ruthless edge. And after heartbreak on this very grass last year, it is redemption for Brunel on the biggest stage of them all, at the home of English rugby. Stamford valiant in defeat, but congratulations to Brunel University. Men's Counties 1 Championship champions. Welcome everybody to Game 3 of the Community Cup final day here at Allianz Stadium, Twickenham, the home of England Rugby. We have the Men's Regional 2 Championship final before us between Lutterworth RFC and Topsham RFC. The Midlands taking on the Devonians. Are two fine-looking strips of kit, I will add, lining up on the right in the yellow, red and white hoops, like the old-school Leicester of the days of yesteryear. Is Lutterworth the oldest club in Leicestershire and the second oldest in the Midlands, whilst to the left in the blue hoops is Topsham. Just a 15-minute drive from Exeter, and very much one of those clubs in the beating heart of the southwest. A lovely little spot, Topsham, and they can play a bit of rugby too. Topsham have to put it through the hands. Oh, manipulating the ball wonderfully there. Had it glued to the inside of his right hand, Austin Crowe, but a little too much ambition, and Lutterworth will have the first set piece of the day, a line out just between the 10 and the 22 of Topsham.
Lovely little bit of skill there. Lutterworth put 4 in the backfield, so running rugby was definitely an option for Topsham. Just ran out a little bit of space there on this touchline.
Lutterworth here by virtue of defeat of Rochdale, 38 points to 15 in the semi-finals. This market town from Leicestershire have a taste for trophies, and they have it now in the backfield, looking to counter.
50-22 is on.
You hear there through the ref mic, 50-22 on. It outfoxes Shane O'Hanlon momentarily, who was a try scorer in the semi-final victory against Surrey-based Farnham. And he finds a very nice touch indeed.
Lovely left-footed boot there, had no room to work with on that angle. It's a great exit play.
No, defensive. Let's keep that space and line out, don't creep in. Fellas, let's go. We don't need huddles every time, okay? Keep that gap.
Lutterworth, full of history. 1872 was when they first started playing ball, and they've had many famous days, but you don't get much more famous than competing for silverware at the home of English rugby. Off-burst Jack Ketteringham, who's been honing his scrum half-craft with a stint in Australia. And it's muscular work in the midfield from Topsham. Here's James Thomas, over 250 games in these vintage hoops. But a bit too much ambition again down this touchline. On this occasion, Harry Reid involved. And the line out to Topsham.
Edge paint is you. Keep that space, don't creep in. Yeah, line out taken. With the arm. Here we come.
Lutterworth take control of possession, but then it gets a bit messy, and will come for the knock-on. First chance to see the scrums.
Looks like an evenly matched game so far. Both teams are here to play. Weather conditions are perfect.
There is. Okay. First scrum, stability, balance. Wait for the calls, please.
Some big boys out there. I mean, I was always told, you know, you wear hoops, you do look a little bit chunkier from a fashion sense, but they're certainly accentuating these two packs here as they look to engage fully Topsham just with the hint of a shove on. That is a lovely arrival. The ball fizzed at pace to the on-rushing Justin Trombus. Oh, that's a cute kick. There's real pressure on this gather. Crumples to the deck. Was he allowed to get up? Topsham as tight to their try line as they could possibly be. Oh, that's a meaty carry. Just about getting a couple of metres. Potentially sufficient room to box clear. Instead, it's a dab over the top and an invite to chase. Lutterworth, a first to it though.
10 blue. Okay.
Crossfield, there's advantage being played, but Trombus gets himself a little bit disorientated in the air, but the penalty was always coming.
I know they had the penalty, but I would have loved them just to take them on, ball in hand. They had a little bit of space on this left-hand touchline to play with. Just go and take someone on, see if you can use your footwork and find that free space.
Yeah, edge line is you then. Fellas, clear gap, keep the space.
Danny Summers wearing 22, who's enjoying his debut season for Lutterworth. Delivers the instructions, but the lift is on Charlie Turner on his 342nd outing for Lutterworth. The fossil, as he's known. And he's buried deep within the core of that maul. Summers looks to have somehow got his hands on the ball. Brought to ground, a metre shy. Oh, it's whipped hard, and there's too much, and it's too high. Spilt forward. And Topsham survive.
Yeah, quick, let's go. Let's go, Topsham, let's go, quick, set. Yeah, of course.
The breakaway, you thought they just had to score.
Oh, happy with that picture, Michael?
Yeah, no, it's fine. It was just the one blue, started swimming down the side. As soon as I told him, he stopped. Good.
I think if that ball goes out the back there, off the back of that maul, instead of the short runner hitting that hard line, they were walking in on this far touch line. Tom Hooper strolling over, first touch of the game.
I have to say, I'm loving the old school flavour to the Lutterworth kit.
It's like it should have the letters on the back rather than the numbers.
Bring back the letters, that's what I say. Topsham break round the short side. Crafty kick through. They wanted that to stay in because Austin Crowe was gathering some pace.
Finds it. The edge line is you. Edge line, fellas. Edge line. Yeah. Fellas, come on.
Topsham look like they're looking to play from anywhere here.
Claimed by Turner once more. And immediately the ball is delivered into the hands of a big runner in midfield. Boot to ball. One little juggle. And Austin Crowe calls the mark.
You have to kick.
This Lutterworth group have enjoyed a huge amount of success. Superb season. Unbeaten all year. And today they're hoping to add a third consecutive Community Cup title, having won the Regional 2 North Plate in each of the past 2 seasons.
Through roll away. Control behind. Edge of the line. Edge line is you.
James Mattin, the scrum half, his kicks were so crucial in that pulsating victory over Farnham in the semi-final.
Big advantage, not straight.
Not straight, sat up kindly amongst all the mayhem, but we were always going to come back.
Scrum the line, throw not straight. Scrum. Taken. They keep shoulders through, binds long.
Let's go.
Kettering.
Crouch. Bind.
Let's go, cross.
Set.
Scrambles back, he's got Aaron Kirk installed at flanker there. Foot flies out. Lovely ball under pressure, but it's the most suboptimal place for the ball to bounce when it does. It just skips before you, and an awkward one for Hooper to gather in.
Yeah, tough one to pick up there from Hooper, but interestingly, Topsham dropped their left winger back, and Jake McLennan had a lot of space. If Ketteringham had just looked up, fizzed the ball to the right-hand side, McLennan had about 15 metres to potentially attack into. Yeah, tough ball to pick up there, just comes off his chest and bounces forward.
Stunning little spot, Topsham, down in Devon, by the way. Do you ever go there when you were at Exeter University, Amber?
Can highly recommend some good coffee shops, some better pubs.
Yeah, infamous for the Topsham 10 when I was there, which residents are probably going to hate me for saying. But it's their rugby that is doing all the talking. Lovely show and go for the inside man, and then right through the tackles. The offload was there. I wonder, did a tackle almost come in early? Trombas, all legs and limbs, goes bounding on forward.
Still advantage.
Well, using that advantage.
Backwards under pressure, we'll come back. Knock on. In line with me on the 15. Knock on, scrum.
Lengthy advantage.
Where you are. Thank you.
There was the knock on. And is that the one we're coming back to?
Just a little hand lurking on the shoulder, which I think put him off collecting that offload, but nice little break by Webb, finding half the gap, using his physicality to bust through a couple of defenders and spot on the outside, break and support.
Let's go. Seconds. Seconds.
Love it, just on Topsham Rugby's Instagram bio, it says, if you come this far, you may as well come to training. Love that message. Well, these boys have not just come to training, they have come for trophies, and it's a great chase, but a balanced dismissal, and off goes Austin Crowe, skittling his way through Lutterworth tackles. Crowe, an absolute live wire with 11 on his back. Can't find the final offload, but notice served.
He almost got caught in two minds there, where to go to beat the last defender, but take off the kick, shrugs off the initial chase, and what a break through the middle.
Best man on his feet. No. 5 holding on.
Big penalty for Topsham. Question is, points or corner, Amber?
What are we doing, fellas? Fellas, we got an option. Scrum.
Tough goal. They seem to have parity in the scrum at the moment.
Scrum option.
Both teams have used their wingers to good effect.
Give it to Austin Crowe.
Yeah. Slicing through the defence.
There's Marks at left.
He was under a lot of pressure. You've got 2 chasers there. He's beaten both. Found the tiniest of gaps through the next one.
Okay, 18, please. Crouch.
Just couldn't quite beat the last defender.
They've got a big juicy blindside to use, but there's no Crowe out there because he's open with the rest of the back line. Where they go, direct. Good tackling from Lutterworth. But there's more. Oh, more men to come, and it's some tepid tackling in truth that has been punished mercilessly by the vice-captain, Robin Edbrook. The Topsham man toppling Lutterworth defenders. The man who's been at Topsham since an under-6 marks his 99th first team appearance with a famous try at Twickenham.
Yeah, please.
Just see the Lutterworth defenders, they're watching the breakdown, they're too eager to skip out on that pass from 9. Rather than come up square around the breakdown, which is so important, they just drift out and opens up that space for Edbrook to go over.
1 each.
He's no stranger to this famous old stadium. It's his 4th appearance, if you can believe it, at Twickenham. And he looks right at home here, showing his lads the way forward and how to do it. Part of a Topsham rugby dynasty, you could say. His old man Tim still playing 2s and 3s at the club, age 62. Clearly from good stock, Robin Edbrook. And Topsham having probably been second best till now, have found their feet, and they're a lot more settled. And they've not just found their feet, but they're finding holes in the Lutterworth defence. The rush and the gamble may not pay off here as Edbrook goes rampaging down the left wing. Bit of zip about the boys in blue. Oh, the fringes left undefended. A bounce inside off the right boot, an offload off the floor, brilliantly held. And Topsham are denied for the time being, but alarm bells ringing for Lutterworth. Through the heart of the breakdown, the arm goes up.
I haven't seen a clear grounding, fellas, goal line. I haven't seen a clear grounding. Goal line drop.
Marcus Cottle, the captain, despite his celebrations, is told firmly no.
Behind fellas.
Got to try your luck though.
We don't have a TMO, Marcus, don't do that.
Oh, that looks like a try to me.
That is very over.
No wonder he celebrated.
Lutterworth get away with one, but they must re-steel themselves because Topsham are flooding forward once more. Edbrook finds safe passage through the shoulders of Lutterworth once more. He scoops it into the path of his supporting teammate. and a 2-try blast from the Devonians have Lutterworth reeling.
I understand the motions are high. If I haven't seen the ground, I can't give it, okay? I'm pointing up at the screen. AR hasn't given me input. We don't have a TMO, okay? Just on me, mate. I'm not going to come.
It was a great follow from Aaron Inglis, who just sensed there may be an offload to Snaffle. He dropped out of a wedding to play in the semi-final last weekend.
We do what we can.
And he gets his wedding present here today at the Allianz Stadium from his vice-captain.
I can completely agree on that one.
Get in the hole, the cry, and get through the posts. Mattin delivers. 2 from 2 from the tee, and Topsham lead 14 points to 0 with a quarter of the game played.
I'm really enjoying how Webb is just dictating play. He's stepping up at first receiver, marshalling his 4 pods round the corner, and he's playing so flat to the line. He's just waiting for someone to pick that hole and just finding the right pass to put them in space.
Ledbrook looks super athletic, doesn't he? 19 tries in 23 appearances. Made his debut age 17. He's even made a couple of appearances for Exeter in the A-League before, so a bit of a prospect. And we're beginning to see Topsham's blend of dynamism and now brutality. Slipping tackles once more. Henry Batty, player of the match in the semi-final. Oh!
What a shot!
Has been poleaxed. Oh yeah! A seismic shock that has Twickenham shaking.
Had to come up with a big play there. Topsham flooding through. Looked for all money. The right-hand pass was probably the one to make, but what a shot.
Reverse angle coming up. Bang.
That's textbook there. Probably should have bounced off his left. Pinned Ketteringham, put his winger away on the 2v1, but yeah, you have to applaud that tackle.
The line out, mechanics break down, and the throw of James Thomas goes sailing over into Topsham arms. Violent counter-racking, then he's there for the intercept. Don't think it was Archie Benford who was in trouble there. I think it was his teammate, because I didn't see much wrong with what Benford did.
He almost got the ball handed to him.
Edge of the line is you. Yeah, 5, you're going to count and go your back on side, please. You've got time. Hold, fellas, holds. Yeah.
Ethan Barner shown. He can't find his man, but Topsham get lucky. And it's volleyed to Dan Locke. They're so strong in contact, Topsham. Can't quite figure out how Henry Batty is finding a way through the forest of Midlands jerseys. Touch found, but still Lutterworth trapped in their own half.
Topsham just seem to be finding that bounce off the first tackler that comes in and gaining that momentum through the gap of two defenders, and Lutterworth just need to make their initial contacts way better. Drop a little bit lower, get their arms round, drive the players back.
We now go fucking for it, yeah? That.
Really thrive from football, you've got to just snap to it.
The rigours of this opening match taking its toll on Luke Evans. He's been a Lutterworth player, man and boy. Hey, the next generation.
Now time is back on.
And that little rugby lover gets their big moment on the big screen as well.
No change eights. No tackle. Broke away.
Out the back, go Topsham. Oh, how about that? For a bit of control from Shane O'Hanrahan. That's one for the end of season awards.
Fine, good counter.
Zebo-esque.
Release time. 10 release. It's under your own man.
Well, the surname and the shock of red hair may have already told you that he is of Irish descent. So clearly runs in the back three blood when it comes to Irishmen and travelling at full flight.
Okay, green scrum when we restart, player down here. Time off.
Here we go, Amber. Do you have this in your locker in your day?
I'd like to say yes, but I'm not too sure. A lovely bit of skill, especially because he's having to turn because the pass has gone behind him.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's just a shame that it didn't amount to much after that.
I say in your day, you literally retired like 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, I think my moment of doing that is over. Maybe on the touchline as a coach in the dugout, but yeah, no, lovely bit of skill from O'Hanrahan.
He is, well, you may recognise him from being on the field at Sandy Park, but in his capacity as a physio for Exeter Chiefs, and showing the Chiefs that he can do it with the ball in hand as well as the stethoscope in hand. Physios don't carry a stethoscope, do they?
Yeah, just checking him over.
Tape.
We'll get tape in hand.
Fellas, Martin. Blue. He's at 9, isn't he? Yeah, it's fair point.
So I need him.
Yeah, sorry, boss. No, it's all right.
He's getting to a handstand. Running like Grease monkeys out here. Tom, the replacement's coming on now.
Yeah, no worries, mate.
And a big loss for Lutterworth. They lose their tempo driver, their scrum half, Jack Ketteringham.
Yeah, it's just over 25 gone. It's just running clock, so it's not
sadly, won't get to see out any more minutes on this big day. You do hate to see it in a big final. But Connor Warburton, one of the many two-time league champions within the ranks, comes on, and he's no slouch himself. Quick-witted, agile. It's one of those scrum halves who's always got one eye on a snipe. And he has James Mattin surfing his shoulder. Nice and simple. Clear the decks, get it into their half. Slightly lazy pass from George Holwill, but O'Hanrahan is a silky player, isn't he? He moves with such grace.
He's just showing off now. That's 2 in 2 minutes.
Well, Lewis Webb puts a bit of width on it, and Austin Crowe goes flying.
I was blocked from it, so I don't know where he...
And there's the challenge draws boos from the Allianz, but give us on the shoulder.
Yeah, it didn't look pretty, but for me, he's just grabbed his arm. The momentum of the challenge. It's just around his arm. He's not gone up anywhere. Boos from the crowd, but I think good call from the referee.
Justin Trombus is known primarily for his try scoring, but he nearly ended Henry Batty with that pile driver earlier in the game, and he's come up with another big defensive moment here for Lutterworth.
Always inside. He's always inside.
No quick throw on offer for Topsham. We come back for the line out.
Take a step out, then you are.
Fun game.
Take a step.
Yeah, great game. Both teams have the intention to play. Topsham showing that from their own 22, but Lutterworth are still putting 3 in the backfield, so they give them space to do so. Lutterworth just can't seem to get out of their own 22 with possession of the ball.
Thrown by his own player.
It's untidy, but it works. Batty looks to skip through some more challenges.
If 6 is going to tackle, you've got to roll. If 6 is going to compete hard, you've got to get out of the way.
Joe Latham,
3 rollouts.
the tight head, pointed, singled out, I beg your pardon, for not rolling away faster. That's what allowed Charlie Turner to clamp down.
That's the thing, you might have really good jacklers over that ball, but the key part of that is the decision making of whether to compete for the ball or not. If there's one of your player that makes it look tidy, untidy picture from the referee, you just have to give up that opportunity and stay out.
Well, complete breakdown in the lifting pattern, and Robin Edbrook and Topsham get lucky. Ooh. The sound effects from some of these shoulders make you wince from up here on the gantry. Batty, how does he do it? Sprayed head to toe in Teflon right now. Driving shot from James Thomas, reasserts some defensive dominance from Lutterworth, drifted over the top, but it asked too much at full extension, and the chance goes begging.
It's a lovely spot there to go back down the blind side. Lutterworth just overfolding. Late swing. Again, Webb marshalling things from that fly half position, but just couldn't quite get the ball up and down over the winger.
Yeah, he's got legs there.
Let's go.
I love the variety Topsham are playing with at the moment. They've had a couple of little tacking kicks along the floor in behind. They've looked to move the ball wide, but they also have the physicality. They're beating defenders in and around those tight spaces.
And they're suffocating Lutterworth at the moment. Deep within their own half. No room to breathe.
Yeah, still on.
Lift it!
Warburton, his box works out nicely for Lutterworth, and they back their pace. But the racers in blue, all 3 of them back first. And Hanrahan reacts the sharpest. And Topsham, well, I tell you what, they're licking their lips. They fancy going from depth, and they would have done had that pass not gone forward from Inglis.
What a game.
Loving the ambition. Great claim in the air. Well, great contest in the sky.
There are cries from Connor Warburton as he's gone for that box kick and probably not put it where he wanted to, but it's just allowed his chasers to get after it and to compete, and has given his team an opportunity to now move the game up the field, which they haven't had for quite some time.
Try to blow as early as possible for you. Inside shoulders.
Seconds! Cross!
Crouch! Bind! Yeah, we can't go bind. Yeah, okay. Get a bit longer than the shoulder then, please.
It's just a minute, Gene, let's go.
Yeah, get the bind longer than the shoulder, please, so we can get a bind.
Okay.
Seconds! Let's go, Lucky. Topsham!
Crouch! Bind! Set!
Big shove from Topsham, but Lutterworth release. Trombas through the guts. Ball squirts out. They're back outside the 22, but they do have the chance to rebuild.
Tackle release! Don't push it into him. No, you're pushing it into him. You slowed your own. Tackle!
A glint of light opens up. A Lutterworth going to strike. Dragged down 10 metres from Topsham's line. Composure required to pull it. Playing brilliantly. There are numbers outright if the hands can work. But instead it's head down and route one. Has the opportunity gone, slips the tackle. Trombas, it's always Trombas. Justin Trombas, the danger man from fullback, delivers on his try-scoring reputation at the Allianz Stadium. It's a try Lutterworth so desperately needed. Sharp hands and even sharper finishing from the Lutterworth fullback.
You said when Warburton came on, he looks like a live wire, always looking to snipe in and around the fringes, and he got his team on the front foot there. I thought they'd missed the opportunity by not shipping the ball a bit earlier, but lovely little outside fade by Reed. Just giving the ball up to Trombas, who hits a really nice line, accelerates towards that try line, and took some finishing with a little outside step.
Michael, what's the scrum picture? Still improving?
Yeah, it was very much the same as that last scrum that you were on 3 side. So as soon as that ball's in, there's forward momentum and both props are going in. So it's
no.
Well, the Lutterworth faithful, I think they were watching a different conversion to us. They went up on their feet and roared. It must have missed by just a shade. But the key thing is that Lutterworth are on the board.
Yeah, they just managed to string together a few good moments of play. They've shown glimpses in the first 30 minutes, but they've really started to come alive. Started to keep hold of the ball a little bit more, create some more inroads into this Topsham defence.
Final minutes of an absorbing first 40 minutes of this Men's Regional 2 Championship final. Topsham and Lutterworth, good value for their points, and Lutterworth are beginning to fire in these closing moments. Another try before the break makes things really interesting. It completely changes the complexion of the conversations.
Not sure. Not sure the kick was the right option there. There's a 4v2 on the outside, and they've already shown how dangerous they can be ball in hand, but I think that was a missed opportunity.
Line is yours, Blue. So it's over to Blue. Line is yours, line's defensive.
Should inform you as well that number 27 is Harry Wood, the captain.
Okay, let's go.
Rare to see a number 27 on the field of play, but special occasions merit special jersey numbers, I guess.
10 more.
It's his vice-captain, Kieran Hussey, who's been at the club since he was 5 years old, who puts the muscle in, and Lutterworth, they got a pep in their step. The ball fizzed to Trombas. Somehow the ball ends up in the hands of Tom Hooper, but it's travelled forward en route. But Lutterworth, having been under the cosh really all half, and now showing us what they're made of.
Just over 2. Just over 2 lefts. Lefts. Knock on, scrum. Yeah, just.
After that, we're outside, sir.
Yep, outside. Yeah, outside now.
Yeah, outside, Connor.
It's in the outside. Go. Colour's outside.
Seconds.
Hey, keep shoulders. Crouch. Bind. Set. Penalty advantage. 3 angle.
Ghosting through goes Batty, frees up the hands, and if that offload had stuck, it would have spelt trouble.
Yeah, you dipped your shoulder, that's what's giving you go
For
forward.
Lutterworth, but some illegal scrummaging from the club from the Midlands means Topsham can get out of their 22 with a penalty.
The setup in their back line here, they've got 4 players almost in a square or diamond shape, and Batty and Webb are mixing around whether they're first or second receiver, so it's keeping that defence guessing. Webb's preference is to slide out the back. Batty's the one who seems to be carrying and taking those hard lines.
It's a different picture. Backwards.
I don't think either line-out coach is going to be too buoyant come the half-time, but Lutterworth are the ones who are profiting from the inaccuracy of Topsham right now. A few loose balls, but both teams have gone backwards. That's crafty, that's instinctive from Luke Bull. Falls into the hands of the front row, and now the vice-captain to storm home. Kieran Hussey, who's worn these hoops since he was 5 years old. The vice-captain who leads from the front, leads his team into the half-time huddles with their second try of the half, and a real lifeline in this final.
We saw a really similar picture in the first half off the penalty advantage, but that is a great spot by Bull to put the kick over. And it's not normally you find a front rower on the edge, but Thomas takes it well, finds his vice-captain in Hussey. And that is a wonderful try, instinctive, finding the space. And Lutterworth have really showed up in the last 15 minutes.
Harry Reid and his reliable right boot.
Yes.
Slide the ball inside the right upright. And we have a 2-point game and 40 more thrilling minutes to come in this Regional 2 Championship final. Game on at half-time with Topsham leading Lutterworth 14 points to 12.
Okay, just before we get going, Mike, just checking you've still got me.
Yeah, loud and clear.
Good. Peter.
I've got you loud and clear too.
Good. Parsons.
Hello, mate.
Hello. Same standards first off. Yeah. I take it you're going right.
Strap yourselves in.
Hurry!
For a season-defining 40 minutes
Marcus.
for Lutterworth and Topsham. The latter kicking towards the former, who closed the half with 2 late tries. That has completely altered the dynamic of this final. Topsham were 14-0 up, dominant, looking deadly. This man particularly, Austin Crowe. But Lutterworth have dug in. They called on their character. Oh, lovely pass to the man who got the try scoring going, Robin Edbrook. And now we've got a 2-point game, and Lutterworth they've just got a little bit more swagger and roar about themselves, haven't they, Amber?
Yeah, Trombas coming up with another clutch play, over the ball quickly.
Okay. Yeah, fine. Start off.
Yeah, I know.
I think it's behind my back, fellas. I haven't seen it.
Yeah, that's, I think it was facing the way.
Unbeaten in the League and Cup this season, Lutterworth. Won the PPJ, the Papa John's North Plate the last 2 years running. But the stat that I love about Lutterworth the most, 20 of their 22-man squad have come through the mini and junior ranks at the club. How good is that?
That is what it is all about. Homegrown players, starting in grassroots, the foundation of any club around the country. And now the opportunity to represent their first team on the biggest stage in England.
Yeah, he's good now.
And like you said, they've come alive and they're now here to play. The errors that they had in the initial stages of this game have reduced, just allowing them to find their flow a little bit more.
Where you are. Yep, line. Line is yours, Marcus.
Line, sir.
Yeah, line is you.
Thomas finds his man. There's pressure on the pass at the tail. Oh, gosh. There is no way through the midfield.
The door was firmly shut by 2 defenders there.
Well, it's risky offloading play that yields about half a metre, but it's exciting the fans over there in the shade. In his blisteringly hot sun, though, for the portion of the ground that is drenched in sun. O'Hanrahan weaving his way through. So many blue jerseys in support. Out wide left, Crowe explodes through his opposite man. Foot to the floor, the Crowe takes flight. Awesome Austin delivers the try that he seemed destined to do since setting foot on the hallowed blades of grass of the Allianz Stadium. The excitement machine scores in the left-hand corner and stretches the lead once more for Topsham.
And he's got the lawnmower to boot for his try celebration, but lovely break by Hanrahan. And then it's just hands. He's not the biggest player on the pitch, but he matches up physically, shrugs off a defender, and then has the pace to get in the corner. A dive to finish, try celebration to boot.
It's not somebody can run or run, just...
Topsham have looked so dangerous on the counter. Their back three just finding gaps in the defence.
Yeah, he's on his way to you now, Harry.
Thank you very much. Sub complete.
James Mattin is eyeing up the uprights once more. He's scored over 300 points this season. The Cardiff Met alumni scrum half. But there'll be no extras to add on this occasion from the tee. He had an awful lot to do here.
Tom, you still have a green
Crow.
player injured close to the ingle.
Okay, we'll play through it though. Okay, Tom, first kick up second half, remember same standard?
The youngest player in the squad, not remotely overawed by the grandness of the occasion.
By the way.
Barnashko. Still Barnashko.
Away 27.
Mattin just bouncing around. There's a real sort of lightness to his footwork, isn't there?
Yeah, and it's interesting for me that Lutterworth still have 3 players in the backfield sat quite deep, and at no point in this game have Topsham showed any inkling that they're going to go for that long clearance kick. So I'd be tempted to push one of them up, have 13 players in the front field and just add more defensive prowess so you can get off the line.
Awkward offload, so awkward that it doesn't land in a teammate's hands, but then it does. It's all, every bounce of the ball is working for Topsham. We've seen this already from Crow. Skips it inside. You kind of wanted him to back himself there, but then he's after the loose ball. This might work out for Topsham. The ball is ricocheting around, limb off limb. Who knows what happened there? But the ball's down safely for Lutterworth. And there was a knock-on earlier in the play. Right, pick the bones out of this one, Amber.
Wow, like you said, I really wanted him to back himself. I thought he was going to fake the kick and then have a little shimmy, but Trombas has shown how good he is defensively. But I think there might have been a forward pass, the ball back inside from Crow, but the referee's giving it a knock-on again. Showing his pace on the outside, and Topsham just moving that ball with ease, left to right, creating opportunities. And like you said, the young man is definitely not overawed by this occasion and wants his hand on the ball.
Hey, head in. Crouch! Bind! Set! 1, 2, 3.
Well, that's how you garner some momentum the hard way, the alpha way. Harry Reid thrashes his way forward. Oh, second time! Oh, Hanrahan. He's going to have his own left-footed highlight reel by the end of this.
Do you reckon his teammates are passing down there on purpose just because they want to see it again?
Oh, just popped off the shoulder. Topsham are back in the groove. Hanrahan, in unorthodox fashion, uses his hands to take it into contact.
Oh, it's boring now.
High five!
All getting a bit stodgy in the middle of the park for Topsham. Lutterworth need to keep their wits about them though, because there's some flyers targeting some gaps. Trombas almost snaffles.
We have 2 penalties.
Yeah.
We've got the 5 carrying on, which is just here,
Yeah.
and then 22 DLV, which is a bit further infield.
Yeah. Three, please.
Yeah, and shot a goal. Shot. Harry, that's just a couple now. We've got 5 first penalty, carrying on well past the mark.
Here he is again, in the midfield,
We've got 22 DLV
off the
high
toe,
tackle.
casual as you like, and then just nonchalantly runs off to find a gap in the defence.
Seven points the difference. A wise call to take the points.
Yeah, I think wise call by Cottle. Pointed at the post, very decisive early doors with the referee. Just takes it beyond a score, gives them a little bit of a buffer. Just stems the momentum Lutterworth was starting to build into that game.
Wow.
Tom, I have blue replacements.
James Mattin, Mr. Dependable,
Could I please have
off the
blue
tee,
3,
misses a
6 and
sitter.
14.
Okay, blue 3, 6 and 14.
3, 6 and 14 for Topsham. That's
3, 6, 14.
the captain, Cottle, the try scorer, Inglis, and George Holwell.
Mattin just had a little early look on that kick. As he's gone to strike it, his head's gone, pulled it off to the left-hand side.
Will he live to rue that miss as the game unfolds? We know that Lutterworth's locker is full of try-scoring ambition when they get going, when they find their rhythm. Topsham paid the price in the latter stages of the first half. They need to capitalise now on their dominance, because the team from the Midlands will come again. Lovely offload, soft hands before hitting the deck. Hanrahan missed out, instead it's Joe Cave. More soft hands, forwards and backs.
Push.
Inside, inside, inside!
Wow, avoided that hit supremely well, then goes out of the skylight on the offload. It's jumbling around and eventually a knock-on is called, and head-on hands, and as exciting and ambitious as it is, to all of those passes need to be forced.
Yeah, probably one too many, especially where they are. They've just missed the opportunity for 3 points to take themselves in the lead. They can still build pressure. They're in the Lutterworth 22. They just have to have a fraction more patience, and that will allow them to convert the opportunities they're creating. But they are playing some fantastic rugby. The support play, they seem to know where each other are. The one-handed offload, the sighter on the shoulder, every opportunity. And as soon as a player goes to floor, they've got one man over the breakdown every time. And Mattin is just getting in and moving that ball. And it's so hard for a defensive team to set if the ball at the breakdown and the speed is so fast.
Can I grab one, please?
Let's go, boys, let's go, let's get the water up, come on. Pace on, let's go. Let's go, lads, let's go. Let's go, chaos.
This one, boss, here? I'll get one of these in a minute.
We're getting closer.
They're getting closer.
Side back on.
I think the players will be glad that this scrum sits in the shade. It is starting to definitely heat up here at Allianz Stadium.
Through. Crouch. Bind.
I'm on your stroke, mate.
Set. No. Overcome.
That's them, good.
Just a bit too much movement, yeah. It's your 9 delaying the putting.
How long?
9. If you're going down, you're feeding the ball, okay? Don't delay it.
He gets a verbal serve as well from James Thomas as well, young Connor Warburton. Difficult to argue with the guys played for the club more than 250 times. You have to say that Warburton really sort of changed the tone of the game when he came on in that first half. They want to be feeding his confidence to do what he does.
Yeah, I think Ketteringham obviously started the game. His service from the base was fantastic, really got his team moving, but Warburton's really added that running game and that little bit of spark that Lutterworth probably needed.
The flip out of the back door doesn't go to hand. In fact, it goes to Topsham hands, and they may be made to pay here, Lutterworth. Somehow, that ball pops up favourably for the boys in blue. Now Lutterworth have it. Out the back it goes. Lovely pass. Trombas with a clear line of sight to the try line. Has the support of Warburton. Warburton swallowed up by O'Hanrahan. Ball's messy, but it's Lutterworth's. Lutterworth fighting through the tackles. Round the hips, Tom Hooper gets caught. The Topsham defence dazed, disorganised, but defiant to this point. Surely too many numbers to keep Lutterworth out now. Oh, of all the people! The tight head, Big Joe Latham.
No, first man would on his feet, then it's away.
Popping up on the wing and finishing with aplomb in the left-hand corner. Known for his scrummaging, but it'll be a try that will go down in Lutterworth folklore if they come out with the crown today.
That'll be a 50-metre try in the pub tonight after a few, but the sustained pressure by Lutterworth, lovely break down the right-hand touchline, and it had to go wide. It was inevitable. They had numbers queuing up. And Latham was not passing from there, eyed up the try line from 10 metres out. That's a fantastic try. So crucial 2 points.
I've just had to, thank you.
It is roared over the crossbar from the many flag-waving, jersey-sporting Midlanders who've made the pilgrimage to the home of English rugby today. The conversion nailed, the game levelled, and a final for us to feast on, and a special moment for Joe Latham. Contest in the air sees it go forward off Lutterworth hands, and well, they're back to a position they know well, defending in their own half. But if they can stay in this fight, they know that they've got what it takes to hit Topsham. We don't have the luxury of stats and graphics and all that sort of stuff, but in terms of possession and territory, you'd be looking at 80-20, something like that, in favour of Topsham.
Yeah, Topsham have high
Time off.
There could be a yellow here. There's already been a warning, and it looked like a nasty coming together.
Hang on. Just going to confirm with my AR. So, what I've got is a player who's not 10, who's then made a high tackle.
Yep.
So I mean, yellow card on the back of that.
Yes.
Yeah, agree, it's number 5?
Yes.
Okay.
Come in there. Just dip him in there.
No. He's not a 10 anyway as well. 5, please. 5. So the first offence is you're not 10. You then put a tackle in above the height of the sternum.
Archie Benford marks his 50th first team appearance today with a yellow card at a pivotal moment in this final with the championship in the balance.
Yeah, like you said, possession, territory very much in Topsham's favour, but Lutterworth somehow were keeping themselves in the game by making the most of the small amount of opportunities they had, but that's definitely not going to help their cause going down a player. Giving Topsham a really good opportunity to now attack. Crow will be lurking on this left wing, hoping the ball makes his way out so he can do something special with it again.
Let's go, Lucky, big one, boy.
Shoulders through.
Second. Topsham.
Crouch.
Yes.
Bind. Set.
Martin. Well, the depleted numbers in the scrum just fueled the scrummaging fire of Topsham. A dink over the top, the crossbar targeted, chaos reigning in the dead ball, and I think Topsham are there.
Okay.
And most importantly, so too does the referee, Joe Cave. Best mates with Henry Batty on his inside. 50th appearance of the club came in the semi-final. He scored the winning try. Well, he scored one even bigger now here today in the final.
You could tell the shift in the back line as soon as that penalty. The referee's arm came up, Webb flattened up to the line. The centres, Batty and Cave both flattened up, and it was inevitable that that kick was going to go over the top. And Cave just wins the foot race. There's a big dead ball here at Allianz. There's a lovely option, just mixing the play up.
Yes.
And a crucial score for Topsham.
Take your own rights. Take your own rights, eh? So, just tells me so I'll get out of the way so I'm not getting the ball in the back of the head. As funny as that would be, that's not what we want.
Martin shakes off the kicking gremlins of his previous two efforts. Makes light work of the conversion right in front, and Austin Crowe goes searching for a hole, but his loose offload has been gobbled up by Lutterworth, and job number one is always exit clean after scoring points. Don't give them an easy in, but they're surging into the 22. Trombas! Oh, Trombas! Delicious feet. Devastating balance. And it's two for Trombas. And Lutterworth just will not lie down and be seen off in this final.
Lovely bit of play. The change of angle inside. Crow's heading out to the touchline, trying to cover the outside edge, but Trombas, big right foot step.
Just a bit.
Big left foot step to go around O'Hanrahan, who's looked pretty solid in defence throughout the rest of this game. And again, a reach and finish just like his first try.
Harry Reid sunk a sweet one from similar width, but the opposite touchline to level the match not so long ago. He repeats the feat. in exceptional fashion. This final just keeps getting better and better.
Call as you like. You can't ask for much more on a yellow card. Make the most of the opportunities that you get.
Yeah, it's coming your way now, Harry.
Use all the time on your allotted kick.
Might also be a green.
Harry, we've got another
And make sure you slot the 2 points as well.
Yeah, hang on, we'll just see if a change has been made or not. Yeah, no, time is off. We've got a player down there. We're seeing if a change is coming on. Harry, can we just confirm if that's a change, please?
Well,
yes, just speaking
this
to the
is
team now.
a grim sight for Lutterworth fans. Justin Trombas looks like his final offering is that try, and we'll see no more
Sorry, fellas.
of the deadly fullback.
That's a real shame. He's put in a great performance both sides of the ball. We've applauded his attacking prowess, his footwork, his ability to finish.
Thank you.
But defensively, he's put in a hell of a shift. If you go back to the opening moments of the game, try saving tackle. So real shame to see him going off.
Short line out, kick-off routine. Finds Topsham hands, O'Hanrahan. Skips away from Joe Wright.
Scrum advantage. Yeah, good work. It's advantage over. Okay, good work.
Topsham find themselves level once again.
He's won the ball.
And they find themselves without the ball. Lutterworth seemingly emboldened by the yellow card now and that levelling try.
Tried to counter work over, he's got to get out.
Topsham have just lost a slight bit of composure. They need to remember that they're one player up. It's level on the scoreboard, but they don't need to force things in this game. They're just almost pushing that extra pass that they don't need to. They just need to have more patience. They've had the bulk of territory in possession. Roll off the back of that and make the most of the opportunities. Having said that, how well are Lutterworth playing with a player down? They seem to have ignited a little bit of a spark in their attack.
Fine. Tackle!
Oh, the no look! It had everyone fooled, and now the offload doesn't stick. Oh, that could have been the best try of the day.
Green, second by blue over there.
I was completely done by that no look.
What a wonderful bit of skill.
First, second.
Attacking the line at pace. Lovely line, the no-look pass, the out-the-back offload.
Let's go. Let's go then. Just wait for a leg. Go on then. Who's ball? Yep, top. Let's go then. Go.
Reed to Phillips, lovely out to in. It's a real shame that last offload didn't stick.
Oh, we take the mic as neutrals, but we're just rugby lovers, and you want to see unreal play like that rewarded with the points.
Both up on the mark. Both up on the mark. None to the wall. Back we go.
Impossible to call the outcome of this match. It's felt like Topsham's for such long periods, but Lutterworth are just full of fight.
Both sides, make sure we stay down.
And they're losing a fair bit of class themselves too.
Yeah, they've not had much of the ball, but what they have had, they've done some special things with it. Lots of simple bits of play, lots of fix and give, but then the out-the-back offload, the no-look passes, the crossfield kicks, they've had everything and they've shown it all.
Set!
Stability resumes, and Oh, it was a forced pass as the hit came in. Lucky to stick in the end. In the passing passage. Penalty given away by James Phillips.
Yeah, I got it.
Well, with that insurance policy in the back pocket, Topsham chance their arm and they give it to the danger man, Austin Crowe. He kicks, catches a fingertip of a Lutterworth man. Oh, and they're running out of room, but somehow, miraculously, they stayed in field. It's been pilfered by the Devonians. Well, slow motion he was going through that challenge. The backdoor boogie. One more dummy. Topsham are in behind Lutterworth. It needs to go one more set of hands out. Lutterworth have scrambled hard. They haven't just scrambled. They burger it at the breakdown.
You pinned him in. So ball carrier release.
Surely not, Lutterworth. Surely not. Sense prevails. They kick to Crowe. He finds O'Hanrahan. This kid's special. Hops, skips, delivers an awful pass to his teammate, but they get away with it.
I think he was expecting them to take it off their toe as well.
Keep an eye on that player for me.
Shovelled to the open side, the vice-captain, Edbrook, shaking off the shoulders of the men from the Midlands. One more pop off the deck, and a wrestle to the paint. The grounding's there, the try is scored. A lung-busting, lactic-inducing passage comes to a close, and it's that man Cave again. Cave to save the day, maybe, for Topsham. They wrest back the lead once more.
Wow, I can't keep up. The change in possession, the offloads, the support play from Topsham has been fantastic all game.
Replacements, numbers 4 and 22, please. And the yellow card
but Edbrook, he's been decisive. He had a try in the first half, but he's carried well throughout the game. And again, that support play, coming onto the ball at pace, arriving in good time, that you're in an effective position that the defence can't set.
You reckon just this one? Yeah.
Yours. Yes.
Mattin, not sure about the connection on audio basis, but he won't care. The flags are up. The 2 points are confirmed. It's a 7-point lead again.
Yeah, that time's not correct. Yeah, when you're ready.
Edbrook is having the game of his life, and he's coming back for more.
Keep an eye on them. Sorry. Hold in front. 19, thank you. Feed play.
Loose bouncing ball, scooped up by Hooper. And a penalty to Lutterworth. More belief for the men from the Midlands.
19. Sorry. Under this one.
What a pickup, not quite as clean as O'Hanrahan.
Green replacements.
But picks the ball up off the floor, makes good meters for his team.
13, please.
Yeah, we'll make it touch, mate. We can't make a little penalty. Time off then.
Yeah, you know O'Hanrahan, Hoops.
So it's just over 10 left. Yeah. Just over 10 to go. Yes.
Tom, just push them back for me, please.
Fellas, Marcus, just take your players back a step, please. Yeah, it's on the AR, please.
Well, they've got some magic sponge in the physio bag have Lutterworth, because Justin Trombas is looking like he's going to be coming on for Hooper. Is it Hooper he's coming on for? Oh, that is a wonderful touch. Curved into the corner.
Green 13.
Trombas is on. James Phillips is leaving the field.
Okay, blue sacking ball carrier only, green, no obstructions. Just be prepared to don't compete, mate.
And Lutterworth have the ball.
One sideways.
Well, it's gone sideways, then backwards. They're going to have to use this. The maul attack attempts not bearing fruit, but the footwork of Reed proving elusive. He's growing into the game every time he gets hands on the ball. The big men do the unglamorous work of battering down the door. For the first time in an eternity, a team plays it tight. Trombas back onto the field. Trombas scampering past tackle attempts. Adam Welsh loses the ball backwards. O'Hanrahan has Joe Wright in pursuit. O'Hanrahan maybe to seal the deal in swan diving fashion. We've seen the wonder of his left boot in the backfield, and now we see the searing pace and the predatory instincts of the young Irishman. And has that try put the contest at long last beyond doubt for the Devonians?
What a bit of play, great pickup. I don't think he's the faster man in this situation, but what he does so well is he just goes offline and then comes back, making his run a bit of an arc. Makes it almost impossible for that defenders to pick you out and chase you down. Wonderful bit of play, great awareness of the players around you. And I think for what he's put into this game, he deserves a try.
Tom, can I just get a time check with you, please?
Just over 8 left.
James Mattin to stretch the lead to 14.
Yes.
And he doesn't miss the scrum half. And for such a long time, Lutterworth seemed unbeatable. Seemed like no matter what you did, they'd always come back, and they'd come back swinging. Well, they won't lay down and die. But is this comeback too much to ask? If Topsham score now, that'll be the match, and it could be in the most extraordinary of circumstances from the most extraordinary of men. But Justin Trombas arrives in the nick of time to deny Marcus Cottle.
That is so unfair. He's done all the hard work. He's run it in from almost the halfway.
It's who takes it into in goal that matters.
Puts it on the toe twice.
Time off.
And I bet he was begging for that try line to come sooner. But lovely bit of skill from the front rower to get himself in that position. And I'm not surprised he's gone down with a little bit of cramp.
Yes, I was calling for the set of wings a minute ago. nearly you'd been on a highlight reel of highlight reels.
If you want to talk about 6.
Just over 6.
That would have been a try that prop forwards dream of, but when they wake up from that dream, they're out of breath.
But it will live rent-free in your memory for a long, long time. So, so close.
Top back on.
Slung right to left. Batty offloads out of the tackle. Topsham scents blood. A 14-point lead, maybe within Lutterworth's reach. Any more, and the deal is done. They have to be squeaky clean. Cottle pulling out all the tricks now.
By falling, no foul play.
The hits keep raining in from Lutterworth.
Icon knock on by Green.
Lost forward in the tackle.
Do anything different to that? Nah, I think it'll be cool. Knock on. Scrum. 5.
Let's go then.
No, it was part of the tackle, but...
No, I meant that when you go.
No, if you push into him, I'm not going to reward.
Let's go then, let's go!
It's been an incredible atmosphere served up by all the fans who've come to the Allianz Stadium today. Topsham and Lutterworth going tooth and nail on the pitch, but each group of fans leaving it all out there too. It's amazing the noise that can be made by such a small but mighty horde of passionate fans in a stadium so big. Topsham looking to fire the final nail in the Lutterworth Championship coffin. Still Lutterworth resist. Edbrook denied.
No, let go.
Releases the ball, goes out the back, double pump, drifted over the top. Delight for the Devonians. And a memory for Max Hammond he'll never forget. The Exeter University student will graduate from the Allianz Stadium as a champion.
Just over 3.
Wonderful ball from Martin.
Sorry, folks, just enjoying my moment.
It's almost like he doesn't expect it out the back of the ruck, but he sends one pump and then ball out to Max Hammond, who still has work to do. Dives over in the corner. And you spoke about the fans from both teams, but this game, although Topsham have started to run away with it, there has been some unbelievable play. So as a rugby fan, as a neutral watching this game, there's been so much to celebrate and cheer for.
Oh, Martin is seeing it like a beach ball now. And everything's coming up, smelling of Topsham.
Sorry.
The small pocket in Devon is having a famous day at the home of English rugby. Lutterworth have been such good value throughout this. We've been gripped. And Lutterworth, well, they would be worthy of a final score to send their fans home with. It's been fully committed. It's really been a joy to watch these two sides go hammer and tong.
3 away. Still in. The hands, 5 release. This only first attempt.
Well, Marcus Cottle is really enjoying himself, isn't he?
He's pulling out all the tricks. He's having a great time out there, and deservedly so, I think. He's put in a hell of a shift.
Barnashone
Still alive?
isn't tall enough to take that.
I think he's another player who's had a hell of a game. He's got himself around the park. He's carried, he's made meters for his team. He's got over the gain line more often than not. I think he's had a real big impact for this Topsham side.
Do you know what? I think that given the game that we've just enjoyed, the performances of every single player, I don't think any individual should leave without their heads held high and look back on this day, on this game, with great pride.
Yeah, it's been an incredible game. I think both sides, 1 to 23, have really put on a spectacle for everyone who's here watching.
One last tackle to swallow some Lutterworth ambitions. Lost forward in the tackle. And finally, Topsham can celebrate. The way that Lutterworth have carried themselves in this final, their never say die attitude, their class, their creativity, their tenacity has meant that Topsham could never truly relax until that final whistle. But it is delight for the Devonians. Topsham are the top dogs of the men's Regional 2 Championship. An exhilarating, pulsating final has been claimed by the boys in blue. And the celebrations will go long into the weekend for Topsham RFC. A joy to watch, and Topsham worthy winners. I welcome everybody to the fourth and final instalment of the Men's Regional Community Cup Finals Day. Huddersfield in the yellow and maroon quarters chase hard at the kickoff that falls into the arms of Oundle.
Number 1, high tackle.
And it's an early high tackle from Callum Thompson, aka Berger, as he's known,
Just there, Chad.
on the Oundle receiver to yield an easy penalty to clear the decks nice and early here. On a day that, if you can believe it, is getting hotter and hotter the longer we go into the evening. I'm roasting Amber.
Yeah, definitely hotter. I don't envy the players having to run around in this.
On the edge anyway.
But
just wait, time's off.
An early let off for Oundle and a chance to attack from halfway with that high shot.
Blood, number 1's got blood. Yeah, time. That will always be running. I've got the time.
So that is the starting 15 for Huddersfield.
Yeah, that'll always be running, okay.
Coached by Danny Brough. And a number of very, very impressive individuals in there who've been on the journey this season. They defeated the Wirral
First one.
in the quarterfinals. Where there's a Wirral, there's a way. And the semi-final, well, it was a thriller. 29-25 against Siston. They trailed at half-time. They're down to 13 men at one stage after back-to-back yellow cards. So discipline will be key for the men from the north. And Oundle themselves, well, they trailed going into the dying seconds of their semi-final away to Brixham. But they triumphed 31-27 with a well-worked line-out try at the death. And it maintained an extraordinary run that they've been on of 23 competitive matches, won in a row for the side from Peterborough.
Just hold him till I get to the barrel. All good? Yeah, cheers. Time on. Right, on the edge of the paint, please. Edge, Huddersfield.
If you're just joining us,
there on the edge, come right over.
We've been treated to some fabulous rugby, some fine finals.
Yeah, that's good.
You've been with us all day. We're going to have to empty the emotional tank once more because we've got two high-caliber sides going hammer and tong and high velocity at one another in the midfield. Oundle slipping it out the back, goes through a couple of pairs of hands, not really intended, but Toby Snelling, the vice-captain, tucks it under his arm and just goes headlong into Humans from Huddersfield. Nice kick on the angle. It's going to be a tricky one to manage.
Retreat!
Oh, sliced wickedly off the right boot. And this is a glorious opportunity. Depth arriving from deep. And Mattiaki Helotumasi gets the crowd off their feet. And we see the first sighting. His brother doesn't receive the ball on that occasion. Instead, it's a dummy from the first receiver. And now out to the back row, Joe Burkiss, couple hundred appearances for Ampthill in his pomp in the championship. What a beautifully whipped ball, tight spiral, and it opens up that 15-metre channel. An impressive start from Oundle here in these opening salvos. Nowhere to go out wide, so darts back down the short side and into the heavy traffic of large individuals in yellow and maroon. Round the corner, disguised inside ball. It's been all blood and thunder, but ultimately it's a bit of guile that sees Will Cardle, the social sec, get the party started in the stands for the Oundle faithful.
Some really nice bits of play there, going left to right, using full touchline. I don't think that's the first time we're going to see Marcy crash it in off his wing and get involved. Huddersfield competing hard at the breakdown, but probably to their detriment as it leaves that guard space free to the left-hand side. Cardle nonchalantly jogs around in one hand to put it down under the sticks.
25. Yes.
An easy pair of points to add to the ledger, and Oundle refusing to surrender possession. Uber precise, and a worthy 7-point lead with not even as many minutes on the clock. Sit down, says Joe Burkis.
Hold in front, Oundle.
And Ben Young, who is the top point scorer this campaign for Oundle, finds a healthy clearance, and at long last we get to see Huddersfield with ball in hand, but not for long, as Gaz Widdop comes up with an unlikely error from a man so distinguished as an international rugby league player.
Yeah, use that as the middle. Hookers. Space and stability, please, both sets.
Let's go, we know what we're doing. Let's go 2 ones, mate. It's fucking working.
8.
Working right, Collins.
Well, the scrums collapse immediately, but Oundle will play. Show and go. There's such zip in the step of the Oundle backs. Oh, well, it was an uncomfortable and awkward challenge. And from the resulting breakdown, it's a lapse of concentration from Craig Tandy. I mean, we enjoyed the throwdown between Lutterworth and Topsham, but this game sets up a notch.
It's taken on some pace right from the off. Oundle probably firing the hottest out the blocks, taking the ball at pace, moving the ball with speed. But Huddersfield holding up. There's some shots going in, you can hear them from up here in the stand. And I've got a feeling that that's not going to let off for the next 74 minutes either.
Take him back.
Huddersfield, ball in hand, exploring the wide channels and feeding the speed of Kean Stewart. His brother Finn on the other wing.
High tackle above the sternum.
Ben, let touches do that.
Lovely little wraparound play, playing the ball out the back. Support on the inside, and the referee just getting in the way there. Huddersfield might feel a little bit aggrieved that they ended up on the wrong side of the penalty after that.
Big effort to him for me. In or out? 9.
Huddersfield yet to spend any time in the Oundle half. for the Reds hoops jersey. This is the only part of the Twickenham turf that they know. Into the 22 once more. Ben Young chips a cute one over the top. Widdop's there to sweep round, but the penalty had already been awarded.
Number 4, collapse.
Nice idea from Ben Young, just adding a little bit of variety. There's a big dead ball here at Allianz. Huddersfield coming hard off the line, but with the option to mark it if you catch it on the full in that area, it's probably best to put it on the foot. I know they had the penalty advantage, but just makes it a little bit scrappier for the opposition to pick up.
Frontman there, yeah.
They got the advantage. Huddersfield hard off the line.
In or out? 10 metres then, please.
The overthrow will be a wounder, and it's really returned with plenty of fire. Nice straightening. And now Widdop steps in the middle, through the hands, out to the edge.
12's onside.
And it sits up kindly for Lucas, Paulin, Cammy. Oundle again, ball in hand, the try scorer, almost winding up for a missed pass out to the edge, but he saw who was out there, and it wasn't a gas man.
Goal on.
Huddersfield are just doing enough at the breakdown that Oundle are starting to overcommit numbers just to secure their own ball, and that could stifle their attack because they lose a little bit of shape. So it's good defensive play from Huddersfield.
Please. Behind the kicker. Behind.
Here comes Marcy. One of the 3 Marcy brothers who moved over this way last year.
Don't pin him.
Sifa wearing 8 today. And he's there, getting stuck into a bit of ruck work. Well, Ben Young has got all the time in the world, hasn't he, out there? Drops it into the 22, and it's well covered.
Where you are? Yeah.
Good back 3 play there, recognised the body shape of Young as he was looking for that backfield space, just dropped off.
Still alive.
That's a lovely left-footed exit from not much of an angle to work with.
Oundle on the line. That's you there, yeah? Let's go, Oundle, numbers early. Shot, yeah? Step off. No, up, yeah? Step off. Nose up.
It's a wild throw from Grant Snelling, who has scored 32 tries this season, and somehow Oundle have emerged with the ball once more. Young launches a wobbly one, and not good enough for Harry Winch.
Hookers, let's go.
Harry Winch, by the way, is Oundle's man of steel. For the last 3 seasons, he has played every minute of every game in the league. Not missed a second.
Some stat that is.
Remarkable.
Oundle really looking to attack the fringes of this Huddersfield side. But as soon as they get to the far edge, they're then pulling the trigger to come all the way back.
Use! 50-22 not on, correct.
Again, sits up kindly. And again, Huddersfield driven back by the boot of Oundle. Short side targeted through the sizable frame of Billy Hammond, the mule. In steps Josh Walker. Not much he can do. So they go open. Dan Lloyd, who's in his first season of playing rugby union, from his carry, a penalty goes to Oundle, and all the calls are going their way right now.
Just there. Go through Liam. Better picture on that last scrum. Line. Huddersfield, take the line for me. He's dead. Take the line. Line's yours, Liam. Better picture on that last scrum. Yeah, you have a dead on me. No, you're good. You stayed square. Good picture. 9.
Oundle, roll right, leading by 7 with a quarter of an hour played. Breaking free, try scorer looking to release that chicken wing to offload, but instead it goes to Young. Dummy, Marcy.
Thanks for.
Real pace, real purpose in the carrying. And Joe Sagoe, with his first intervention of the match, spills forward, and Huddersfield once again repel the attack.
Oundle sending some decoy plays up the guts. Huddersfield are doing really well not to bite on them. Just buy their time, work together, and cover that space down on the touchline. So really well marked on that edge.
Leg up we go, 2s. Look, it's leg up 1 o'clock. Let's go. 2s. Crouch. Work him out, Collins. Work him, he's fucked. Boom. Working. Working. Set. Working.
The scrum's an untidy battleground at the moment. Hammond tries his best to get round the edge of Burkiss.
Holding front Huddersfield.
But you've got to be pretty quick to escape the clutches of the Oundle open side. Clearance there from Will Milner, who's on the Orcs in the changing room, I'm reliably informed. DJ in the changing room. Who took that role, Amber, when you were playing for England?
Hannah Botman's normally pretty good on the music front.
Yeah. What's her jam? What sort of genre are we looking at?
Real mix of everything. It's normally a combined playlist. Everyone puts in a song.
Well, at the moment, it's Oundle who are on song in these opening salvos. Foot on the throat of Huddersfield, not allowing them to breathe in their 22, but all credit to Huddersfield, who are delivering their hits, and they're seizing their opportunities when they present themselves. The intercept before Matty Collins charges out the loose head. He's bookending the scrum alongside fellow former Cambridge man Harry Morley, showing a turn of pace and equally good instincts to read the play and come in and make the hit.
Don't pin him at that row. Happy.
It's a lovely read, just coming from the outside of the attacker to take that ball, but you feel Oundle have got a period of sustained pressure. Almost feels inevitable that they're going to score, but Huddersfield just pulling something out of the bag to keep them away at the moment.
Out to the midfield. Intricate shapes, and there's real pressure on the pass, but it does arrive safely to Sago. Marcy looks to blast through the gap that was there for a moment, but the door slammed shut by Huddersfield. Plenty of decoy runners, but still not being bought. Harry Winch. Now it's Connor Gracie, the captain, who's here in spite of what was almost a career-ending injury a little while ago. Marcy with the hands to flip it out the back. He is a monstrous man, and he needs a gulf to glide through, but it was there. Huddersfield, they got disconnected, they fell asleep, and they left a hole the size of the Grand Canyon, just enough for Sifa Marcy to cruise through.
Deft bit of footwork, big enough the size of the man, but like you said, he didn't need it there, he didn't need his physicality. Eyes up, spot the recovering defender, who wasn't quite back in position quick enough. Probably couldn't believe his luck, but he had no one in front of him to go to the try line.
Keep hold of the ball.
I'll after all the disciplined defence from Huddersfield for one little lapse to allow the biggest man on the field to pretty much just walk in is going to be a gut punch.
Yeah, it's tough to keep your defensive focus for that long, but they had an attacking opportunity, and if they play transition quickly, Oundle are really narrow, and I know it's high risk, but if they can move it a couple of passes, they will have 3 free players in about 20 metres of space, but it takes one of those edge players to put their hand up and own it, and it might just relieve a little bit of pressure for Huddersfield, rather than kick into Oundle and allowing them to come back into their 22 with the heat they've got at the moment.
Knock-on advantage.
Huddersfield need to get their foothold in the game. They spent no time on the ball. They tried to get some go forward through Fran Entresangle.
Touched all onside. Backwards.
Kicked away. Cardle's there.
Yeah, back foot, sir. Back foot, please. Back foot, sir.
6, be quiet. You as well.
Well, Young will find better touches
Use the edger
this afternoon, but it'll do for now.
It's a good job he found touch on that one, because he had no winger on his right-hand side to chase that kick, so there would have been a lot of counter-attack space.
Let's go Huddersfield, please. Ball's available.
Swiped to the Huddersfield side untidily, but in their possession nevertheless. Josh Walker switches the direction of travel to the left. Callum Thompson barrels on forward. It was his penalty from the kickoff that opened the match and invited the Oundle dominance from the word go. Billy Hammond finds the going tough, but fights his way into the 22 by an inch. Will Milner forges ahead just a touch more. The captain Parfit bouncing around.
There's no advantage coming there. Number 3 off feet. Number 3 off feet.
What do you do here, Amber?
Liam, decision.
I think
there's your mark just there.
Goes to the corner for me. 2 scores down. Haven't had much opportunity to keep the ball in hand and test your attack, you may as well go to the corner and see what your maul can bring you.
Line's yours.
There's Gareth Widdop there, who Rugby League fans will be very familiar. Former Warrington, St George Illawarra, played for Melbourne Storm as well in the NRL. England, Great Britain, legend.
In the 5.
They're now doing it in Union for Huddersfield. But a big final at the Allianz Stadium.
No, Joe.
Huddersfield break. Widdop at first receiver disguises the ball, but no one's buying it, and Ed Barber wears the consequences of a big right Oundle shoulder. How about that for a burst off the mark from Stewart? Oh, and just as it's beginning to look good for Huddersfield, the error comes and the opportunity spurned.
You've got a big lift. You're not supporting your weight, your knees are on the player on the floor. Support your weight, big lift. There we go, gents. There's your mark, gents.
You've got a player down here behind you, Mark, but he's just coming over now.
Okay, yeah. Boys, he's a back row, will form up. Mark's there, please. Let's go, please.
I think Oundle will get a bit lucky there. Joe Sargo just going, yes, he does get cleared out, but he ends up on the wrong side of the breakdown, and I think he affects that knock-on. So a promising Huddersfield attack, and probably the first one of the game, amounts to nothing.
Just hold it. Yeah? First one, we've lost the space before the set. Let's get back to it, please. Let's go. Form up. Same mark.
Yeah, no. I just lost my balance there, came off.
Let's get set down.
Nice shoulder. Good.
Let's go, Matty. Rev it up. Twos.
Yeah.
Come on, let's fucking go. Come on.
Let's go, Harry, boys.
Coach. Get back, you boy. Let's go, Roger.
Sit.
And the error compounded by a penalty.
Good work. Top work, boys. Top work, good work.
Mark's there, gents.
Mark, if you have a chat to the loose head on my side for red, he's losing his bind as well.
Yeah, the picture I've got more, so 3 went too long.
You mean yellow there, not red?
Yeah, yellow, correct, Will. Yeah, number 3, yellow went too long.
Just on the edge.
Take the edge of the paint, please. Edge of the paint. What was that? Yeah, just get your bind out a bit longer for me.
Get out. Five. Get back there.
Messi at the line out. Oundle, as has been the way in this first half, the first to the bounce, the hungriest to drop on the loose ball.
He did so well to make meters there for his team. On the back foot, skipped a couple of defenders and weaseled his way up to near halfway.
5 from the base. Young tucks it under his arm, switches. A lovely line offered by Kieran Frost. Frost. Oundle ghosting through holes. Hands were sharp, but they weren't quite fast enough.
That's a good cover, that. Boys, we know they're going to do that. We've got to stay strong over the ball, yeah?
Blueprint of this Oundle's attack. As soon as they make that line break, they're looking to move the ball 2 passes away from that breakdown and find the edge space. Huddersfield defence is compressing in and around that collision in the backfield, and it's just allowing Oundle to find those easy meters on the edge. But once again, the scramble and work rate in their defence just shuts off another scoring opportunity. But lovely hands from Oundle to get the ball wide. Winch probably would have been better just to pin his ears back, put his head down and see if he could break through that last tackle.
Left again, okay. Legs are too far behind it.
What's the angle, boys? No shoulder. Let's go.
Keep your bonds up.
Tight it down, please. Coach! Sit!
The press comes from the Oundle pack, but Huddersfield have it. And they find some room out wide. Only momentarily though, because Joe Sagoe comes in with a low, hard hit.
13, leave it. Carry back.
That robs the legs of the Huddersfield runner, Marcy. His brother's already bagged at one. Can't gather his own chip though.
Sorry, it's off his feet. Four. Penalty advantage.
Well, where did that hole come from? It was huge. And Huddersfield, this is just the tonic that they need. A soft try almost conceded from Oundle. The danger is still there. Oh, it's a good defensive read and a poor pass. The combination has arrested all that good forward momentum.
Let's go. Clear release.
Well, Oundle won't really care about that penalty because they've done the job. They've managed to stymie the Huddersfield attack that for a moment threatened to unlock them.
Really good call there on the contact.
Yeah.
That's a chasm around that breakdown for Walker to run through. Great support play on the outside
Jed's penalties over here
by Barber, and then all they had to do was move that ball wide, but Christian just spent a little bit too much time deliberating whether to carry or give that ball, and it allowed the Oundle defence just to push up in their face. But they've got another opportunity here.
Black on the edge.
Black on the edge of the paint. Edge.
Huddersfield, for the first time, are building an attack, a purpose and potential in the Oundle 22. Oundle have infiltrated that. It's riddled with black jerseys. Widdop plays first receiver, and it was almost there for Lewis Workman, son of the club legend Greg, but he drops it. And Marcy, in his distinctive running style, goes for a canter, but that distinctive running style comes with a scramble, and he gives away the penalty.
Just there, look.
Again, a lovely little wraparound play and a great line from Workman. I think Huddersfield have just been a little bit lateral in their wide attack, and that was completely the opposite. Hit a hard line out to in and almost found a soft shoulder. Just couldn't take the ball with him.
Advantage over.
But there wasn't much angle, but there was an awful lot of pressure. It's a decent old touch finder. And Huddersfield, once again, find themselves on the outskirts
It's not a law till next season. You know that, Liam. Option. Line out if you want it. Line out. Line out taken.
Ethan Myers, who I'm told is a Luke Littler lookalike, finds his darts not quite so true as the young star with the arrows. Let's take a look.
Will, 7 to play.
I agree.
9.
Oundle are just dominating Huddersfield here. There's an ease to which they're blasting through the bodies. Slightly pedestrian, though, once the ball is to ground. And the counter from Huddersfield is good. Unsettles Oundle momentarily until the fringes are left undefended once more. Both sides under-resourcing that area. Young swings through the tackle. Lightning quick ball once more. In comes Paul Ankami.
No hands! Floor first. Thank you, 8. 13, no.
Back into the fog of war. That is a high seatbelt on the captain, Connor Gracie. They've got a penalty to work with. Oh, they've got a second row who's rangy with hands to die for, but Marcy can't find a way through. Widdop comes across to lend a helping hand. Oundle are playing all the rugby here, though, aren't they?
Yeah, lovely bit of skill. It's an ugly challenge over the shoulder. They try and capitalise on this again. Their blueprint, just get the ball wide and attack in these outside channels. They find the big man on the edge, and that is a deft little lift for his winger on the wraparound, and unfortunately couldn't make the most of it. But like you say, Oundle looking the most dangerous at the moment.
12. No, thank you.
There we go, darts fans.
Yeah. Just hold there for me.
Keep coming.
Time still
keep
up.
going forward towards the try line.
I'll give you a chance. What are you doing, by the way? Thank you. Mark, will be there. Time's on. 10. High.
What do you reckon?
I can see the resemblance.
Huddersfield, take the line for me.
It's a dangerous position here for Oundle. They've just shown the dominance of their attacking maul. They've had some good defensive sets where they've repelled Huddersfield 5 metres from their own line, but their attacking maul was also firing forward.
Oundle have had such joy. They look so coordinated with everything they're doing. Their forwards in a menacing, mauling mood, dragged to ground, but they've obliterated any semblance of a Huddersfield rearguard, and the pick and drive goes through paper-thin defence that is remaining, and it's another try to the second rows. Will Cardle scored, Kieran Frost has scored, and Oundle are in complete control here.
Not the tidiest maul setup they've had. Huddersfield do a good job at initially disrupting it, getting in, making it a mess, but just the composure, the balls there available, and Frost seizes his opportunity. It's a long way down to pick it up off his toes, but he finishes well to the right-hand side of that breakdown.
Yeah, it's message given.
Thank you. I was happy with that. Breakaway. Gone out.
Yeah, agreed.
Good. Good call. Good work, boys. Keep going.
Happy.
Ben Young in supreme form from the tee,
What are you asking me? What's the
and the arch orchestrator out there. He's the boss man. And Oundle are the ones bossing Huddersfield right here.
Happy? Yeah, happy. Backwards off black. Sorry, red.
Every Oundle player wants their hands on the ball. There's a real verve to which they're inserting themselves into the game. Toby Snelling, the vice-captain on that occasion, coming from range.
Second back.
And then the second rows get through the grunt work.
Tackle! Play on, it's all backwards.
All backwards is the call. There may yet be more scoreboard pain for Huddersfield here.
Side entry.
Bit of side entry from Oundle lets them off.
Side entry. That's your mark. 1.5.
Have it.
That's one that you always talk about in the clubhouse, but you never get to do, and he took his chance there.
It's the home of English rugby, not English football. But it works a similar effect of a well-weighted and angled box kick. Huddersfield, they need something. They're craving a big moment to get themselves into this final. It's all looked a little muddled. Who's going to step up? Billy Hammond attempts to en route to the 22, but he's still not there. There's the inside ball. There's the support from the captain, Parfitt. And just when Oundle think they've repelled them once more, the penalty comes.
Away we go. 4. Away we go. Anything else, sir?
Nothing else.
First penalty, number 8 off his feet.
Happy.
Hold there, Mark's there. Number 8 off feet.
Not 10.
Tap, go, and propelled forward. Ethan Myers takes Huddersfield to 5 shy. Ball squirms free, and Huddersfield first to react.
First man.
Stolen by Oundle on the floor. And they drive on ahead. The offload doesn't stick, but the first half is done, and it belongs unanimously to Oundle. 3 converted tries, utter dominance in all aspects of the contest, and much work to do for Huddersfield to turn it around. Half-time here at the Allianz Stadium in the Regional 1 Men's Championship Final. Oundle 21, Huddersfield 0.
Yeah, I'm just switched off.
40 minutes remaining of this fabulous day's Community Cup final action at the Allianz Stadium, Twickenham. Oundle with a handsome 21-0 lead over Huddersfield. Kick off into the arms of the quartered blindside flanker. And it is a penalty from the get-go, just like the first half. But on this occasion, it's awarded to Huddersfield. What have Huddersfield got to do to overcome this deficit? Because 21-0 is a huge task, but also could have been an awful lot more.
Yeah, I think defensively you probably can't fault their effort that they had in the first half, but attacking-wise they just need to have more patience and look after their own ball, respect it a little bit more and play with a bit more possession. It takes a lot out of you, especially in this heat, if you're defending for so long.
And we can attest to just how hot it is. Oundle, though, playing like they've got their heads in the freezer. Cool decision-making and real precision in all that they're doing. Both second rows been very prominent. Cardle and Frost working in tandem, but not just big boppers barreling forward. It's been an all-court game. Marcy, who took it into contact there, wins the penalty. And Huddersfield are going to have to put their shoulder to the wheel once more defensively in their 22.
I think the other thing Huddersfield needs to do, they need to tidy up this line out. You can't, it's really hard to come back from a deficit when you can't keep hold of your own ball from your set piece.
15! So where's our mark? Just hold the ball, we'll hold. He's on his way. You'll be there. Am I good here, sir? 5, hold on. 5, okay.
Change man, Mark.
It's a replacement for Huddersfield, 21, Lance Barker onto the field. And immediately he's going to have to watch on anxiously as the Oundle pack go to work on the Huddersfield 8. They're doing their best to infiltrate the maul, and they do so successfully, batting the ball to the ground. But it's play on, and still Oundles to do as they please. Patient, deliberate, bruising work from Marcy and the rest of the Oundle pack. Matty Collins picks and goes, and it looks like he may have been held up.
Goal line, drop out.
Huddersfield with another lifeline, defending for their lives.
Gents behind the kicker. Which way you go? Okay.
This Oundle pack aren't short of a few big ball carriers, but Huddersfield are matching them at the moment, and like you said, this score could be a lot more.
Marcy given license to bounce around and use those explosive pins of his. Now his brother will do the same in a slightly more direct fashion. Meters easy to come by when Marcy is your surname. Young does incredibly well to gather an awkward ball, just trapping it on his hip almost, and then tries to slalom through the forest of Huddersfield jerseys. Another high tackle, slips up. And Oundle just say, we'll have the pen. No advantage, please.
Put the ball down, Connor. 1-15. I don't need you. Don't need you. So we've got 4 high tackles now against your team. Oh, in the game? Yeah, correct. That one slipped up and it is around his neck. We need a better effort from your team now. So I'm going to give you time to pass that message on. Yeah. We need a clear hinge in the tackle. Yeah. Pass the message on. I'll give you time. Just wait there for me. Yeah. Yeah, did you get that number, Will? 18, sorry.
18, yes.
Amber, when the referee does say go and tell your team, do you go and tell your team as a captain, because everyone knows and everyone can sort of tell, you know, too many high tackles are going to be a yellow? Or do you use that as an opportunity to talk about something else?
Normally use it as an opportunity to talk about something else, get your team in. The ref will stop time for you, so get them in. Just get everyone to take a breath and state your actions for the next bit of the game. Try and change the momentum, change the pressure that's coming at you.
Urgency required defensively here from Huddersfield, who don't compete.
7 offside, 7 yellow.
They put all their chips on their ability to repel this shape-shifting mass of forward might from Oundle. And they're not a match. Oundle has won. Swarm across the line.
When you scored a try like that,
it's their 4th try of the final, the first of the second half.
It's their 3rd shot now at the driving maul. Huddersfield did so well the last 2 occasions to disrupt it and get in amongst the players driving forward, but on that occasion, Oundle just too strong. Getting a really tight setup early doors and just keep him moving forward towards that try line.
Oh, he's gone, 9's gone.
9's gone.
And just letting him a 4 now. He's going as well.
4's going. Yes.
And we've got some red substitutions too, please. Red substitutions as well, please.
Okay.
Yeah, I need 9, 12 and 8 from the edge.
Okay. Pass the message on, Liam, thank you.
I've reinforced the number 7 about the line now.
Making some sense. I think you're done as well. Just wait for me.
Oh, this is the last one coming off.
All made.
Yeah, when you're ready.
Kick through. Sits up for Huddersfield. That's how you do it. Too easy. Maddie Briggs bringing the noise from the kickoff, and Huddersfield at long last have something to cheer about.
It's fortuitous, but you've got to take what you get, and it's that hustle that he brought on that chase that gifted him that opportunity. Not taken cleanly, off the toe. Meg's on the way through, sits up for him. Could this be a lifeline for Huddersfield to get back into this game?
Will they take anything right now? They've been up against it for nigh on 50 minutes. But now they have 7 points on the board. Still 21 points, the gap. But a bright moment on an otherwise dark 50 minutes.
Let's go then, please.
Oundle 28, Huddersfield 7. Good pick-up. Could very easily have been feathered forward. Through the contact. Huddersfield go. It's a ferociousness to the way Oundle go about all their business. And true to type, they have wrestled the ball free from the Huddersfield grip. Lovely late delay and lift on the ball. Ben Young has been the architect of so much good. And now he'll be the profiteer of his own handiwork. It's telepathic at times between this Oundle side. A touch of class from the man with 10 on his back.
He's distributed the ball so well in this game, moved it wide. But then an opportunity for him to open up his running game. Played right to the line.
Down into the ground. It's going to happen.
Just keep an eye on it. Yeah, keep working hard. Keep. You know what you're doing. Just
coming in late from the backfield. Lovely little dummy. Into Winch.
Yeah, keep an eye on it now. Work hard in backfield.
Lovely little 2-1 and under the post.
Yeah. Cool. Will, same for you. Yes.
Yeah, all good, mate. It's the same two players all game. We got them.
Yeah. So, like I say, I'll keep following the ball. You just back me up.
Yeah, we got you, mate.
Perfect.
Just when Huddersfield had a bit of hope, it is extinguished once more by the brilliance of Ben Young. Ball's available and Huddersfield pounce. Will Milner releases the ball out wide. Lance Barker's into the fray.
Penalty advantage. Penalty advantage now. Stay there, 6. Good work. Hold that mark for me.
Oundle not committing many to the breakdown. Huddersfield opting to explore the 15-metre channel.
Still penalty advantage now.
Matty Briggs.
See what comes.
Well, bit of invention. Kick to chaos.
No advantage coming there.
He knew
Back to me, Mark.
that he had the penalty already.
Bit of a roll of the dice. Not a lot opened up for him. Attack got stifled, so he may as well give something different a try.
14, roll away.
Huddersfield managing to keep hold of the ball a little bit longer at the moment than they have in this game so far, but they just need to take more momentum onto the ball. They're so static from these carries that it's just allowing Oundle to get off the line and take more momentum into that collision.
Move 17. Good effort.
Fighting their way into the 22. Widdop has Cian Shu on his shoulder. Him and his brother Finn will be playing with Father Marcus in their thoughts. He's the reason that the MND charity Derby Rimmer is the Huddersfield charity. Can they get a score here? Widdop winds up, slings it to Max Horsfall, and Horsfall has come up with a miraculous finish. How on earth did he get that down?
You'd love to see a winger back himself and pin their ears back and go to the corner.
Magic Max.
Can you send back red 5, 14 and 1 before we start 5, 14 and 1 reds substitutions?
Yeah, we'll do. Yeah, tell them to go to the halfway line. Did you get them up there? Will's got it. Thank you.
Lovely ball over the top from Widdop. He's got so much to do, but knows exactly where the touchline is. The ball transferred from the right hand to the left hand to give him enough reach to find that corner spot. That is an unbelievable finish.
Yours.
No. substitutions made.
Another angle. I mean, as he said, backed himself, never hesitated.
Let's go, Oundle, please.
That's as good a finish as you'll see in any jersey here at Twickenham.
Yeah, that is a special finish. Get that one on the highlights reel.
Backwards off yellow spin. One more.
Well, matadoring would-be Oundle defenders one way and the other. An acceleration into a hole. Tell you what, a yelp from Ethan Myers tells you that he wore a stiff one to the kidney there. Milner can't glide through himself. Myers is still down in the backfield. There's penalty advantage for Huddersfield. And there is absolutely no way through down that channel. Dan Lloyd given short shrift.
Hold that mark if he goes.
Yeah, got it.
Pretty agricultural work from the forwards. Widdop is deep in the pocket. Travels back towards the cluster of forwards. And eventually, the referee's had enough.
They're getting some success through the picks through the middle of the breakdown, just allowing them to get a little bit of momentum, but Oundle are getting a bit sloppy around that breakdown. The tackle is rolling back in towards the nine's feet. You're supposed to roll east to west towards the touchline, and the referee's pinged them 2 or 3 times now. So if I was the Huddersfield captain, I'd be having a word with the referee.
Yeah, he is, but he's
Oundle affecting the tempo that they can play at an attack.
Wait for him to get on. No, 6 not rolling. Yeah, they just made a substitution.
Mark gets another play down.
Well, that was a pretty big blow as the pass came away.
Gents, time's off. As soon as time gets on, I'll give you the numbers. I will give you a chance. I appreciate that. When time's off. Happy. Gents, water off. Water off. Thank you. Liam, just get your numbers in for me. Okay. Time back on. 3 step. 3.
Ball pinballs around off a few limbs and other parts of the anatomy, but Huddersfield have it safely within their grasp. Very flat, but some depth of rise from deep. Widdop claims it high above his ears. Horsfall turns creator. Kean Stewart can't spin his way home. Better from Huddersfield though, putting some phases together as Darren Neely gets smashed low around the knees.
No, 7.
Oundle competing that bit harder at the breakdown now. Widdop picking his passes. Just the delay allows the momentum to be injected in from depth. Matty Briggs feeds his blind side. The roars, the undeniable roars of a bit of looting on the floor come from Oundle, and the penalty is won. The momentum is lost as far as Huddersfield are concerned, and Oundle will clear long.
Gents, what are we doing?
Just when you feel like they're building something, getting a bit of gain line, building that momentum, the Oundle players just get over the ball and have a chance to clear their lines.
uncompromising play.
Don't pin him. Yeah, he's out. Don't go in there.
Oh, wow. Emphatic shoulders.
Tackle, release, red. 7, Dedrick.
Back to the open side, they move. Milner looking to do as he wishes. There's a breakaway here for Oundle, and there's a hamstring gone, I think, but support arrives in the nick of time. Oh, deemed to have gone forward the last pass.
Substitution, red 13, please, red 13.
Was I not?
Mark, red 13, please. Red 13 substitution.
There's a few opportunities that Huddersfield can explore. Just on that occasion, they decided to go back down the blind side, and Oundle working really hard in defence, but they're over-folding, meaning that they've got numbers on that open side. If Huddersfield had another player or two, they can then make the most of that, and Willett doesn't have to look to kick in behind. But there's a couple of opportunities there if they can spot them early, just to play up the guts and then spring back. They might have an overlap. Their wingers are looking a little bit dangerous every time they get a chance to touch the ball.
Number 7 down in backfield there. Got number 7 down in the back. 7 is coming off. 7 is coming off. Yes, Leo.
We've got a lot going to tackles, haven't we? But then we've got them on side.
Yeah, so just pass the message on to your 9. So if you arrive up and you clear out's good, what's happening is you get in and you pin them with your legs. They're making a real good effort. If they don't make the effort, I'll deal with it. Okay, that's the picture I've got at the moment.
Something's getting footing.
Okay.
Page 7 coming off.
No, he's not. Substitutions are made. Okay, cool.
All good.
Cool. Cheers.
Someone. It's over here, gents.
Is that 18 left?
Just here, gents. We're going to step left 9, okay?
Let's go, Joe. Let's go. Scrum pan, long scrum. Let's go out. 2. Scrum pan. Yeah, let's go. Call. I'll go with Joker. Let's go, Matty Collins. 5. 6.
Both need to get high on my side.
Say it again, mate.
Both need to be high on my side.
Okay,
Good Iris. Good Iris.
He's up the bank. Both of you need to get your height up, okay? That's on you two to sort that out and get your height correct. I don't want any more talk. That's the message. You two be better. Get your height up.
Yes, sir. Here we go then, Matty. You got by 80. Let's go, Matty. 2. Here we go. 2. 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock. Let's go then. Call. 6. 5. Oh, come on. 6.
All the hijinks delivers a penalty to Huddersfield, and they're a team in a hurry. Held in the tackle, gets up for more, and frustration is beginning to be writ large on the actions and the body language of Huddersfield.
14 is tackled, must release the ball before he goes again. Gents, what are we doing? Just there, 10, please.
Thank you, sir.
Gents, just take the line for me.
On the edge of the paint.
Edge of the paint, Liam. Discipline in this area. Edge of the paint, yours.
Ben Young has really caught the eye today. Classy operator. Wearing 10.
I did hear, yeah.
Joined from Leicester Lions in National 1 this season. And he's been quite the shrewd acquisition. It's not about the glitz and glamour of the backs. It's about the shunt and grunt of the pack right here. Picked off. Intercept time. Ed Barber finds Billy Hammond, who finds a way to dispatch a couple of black and red jerseyed boys.
See what comes. Wingers onside.
Wonderful crossfield. Sits up for Stewart. Stewart's back. Surely not. It's going to be a try to remember for Huddersfield, who've gone coast to coast. 5 metres shy. Stewart puts the footwork on and dives into the right-hand corner. They haven't given up hope, Huddersfield. And they've saved some of their best for this second half. A try in the semi-final, a try here in the final. Kean Stewart representing the family business of scoring.
Barber with the initial read. Hammond in support, they keep the ball alive, and this was a lovely bit of vision. Stewart does so well. He's not held in that tackle to stay alive, and having a little rest on the floor, gets back up in enough time to be able to finish in this bottom right corner.
Yes.
That's a beauty from Will Milner, who uses all of the furniture here at the Allianz Stadium to guide that one through. In off the post. And Huddersfield with a shred of hope.
Some really good offloads in that passage of play, just keeping the ball alive, just allows them to keep the momentum. Oundle can't get a shot to slow the ball down in their breakdown.
No, 7! Out we go. Short player's leg. Taken back.
A switch back in to heavy traffic. It's a congested area around that breakdown with so many big boys.
No, 7! He needs to roll. 23, good effort, thank you.
Huddersfield chancing their arm, almost reaping the rewards, but instead they may have just gifted a finishing move to Oundle, who've been quite wonderful in linking up backs and forwards all afternoon. Quick thinking in transition, precision hands, another try.
He talks about the Oundle forwards having an all-court game, and there's that man, Cardo again, stepping up as first receiver, little dummy on the inside, and it's just the first bit of crisp handling that we've seen to put his teammate away under the sticks.
You've now got 30 seconds. 30 seconds. I've got it on, don't worry. 15 seconds.
Yes.
Just under 12 to play. Just under 12 to play. Just under 12.
Just under a dozen minutes remaining. The sun setting on this finals day.
First was just knocked forward, then it's off Huddersfield. Knocked forward.
And Huddersfield will form up with a big blind side to work with here. You feel that 23 points will be too many to overcome at this stage of the match. But they've certainly sort of found their way a little bit more in this second half, haven't they?
Yeah, they've definitely built a few more good moments and strung them together in this second half. Just felt like they couldn't quite get anything going and find their flow in the first 40, but things are starting to stick in this second, especially keeping that ball alive, keeping the offload game going, the support runners, allowing them to get over the gain line a little bit easier.
Come on. That's good chat, that's good. Very good.
Let's go, come on. Let's go, let's go.
Let's go, mate. What's your tip? What's your tip?
Bind! Set!
Three into me. Number 3, just there if you want to.
Well, there you go. Oundle want to play, and that's what I like to see.
Penalty advantage.
Not back 10 though from Huddersfield. Slipped out the back.
No advantage.
And back we come.
Where 7 was.
Yeah.
Not sure his front row will thank him too kindly. They've just won the scrum pen. They're 23 points up and he's gone for the quick tap. But I love the ambition, love to see them trying to play.
Liam.
Go!
Red 7, please, Mark. Red 7.
Red 7, substitution. Running out of options now, Liam, on the tackle height marks on me. They're making a sub. They're making a sub, yeah. Yeah, they are. Sorry.
7 hasn't gone yet, mate.
Can we send him? Time off. 7, substitution. Do it now. Just hold him.
Joe Burkiss's day is done. And I think...
7.
That Kieran Frost is now back on. Where quite he's going to station himself, we'll see as the game progresses. But it's knocked on by Oundle and Huddersfield. Target the midfield. Just as advantage over is called, the ball squirms free and Oundle have it back in their grasp again.
Just carry it, see win.
The try scorer comes in from range, almost. That run-up started in the car park. And Frost can't gather. The advantage played, the touchline will be the winner.
I don't know who that was off, mate.
For me, it's off Red into touch. It'll be a Huddersfield ball.
That was a lovely line. Timed it to perfection, steaming onto the ball. Almost blindsided defence.
Huddersfield ball came
Just get a little bit scrappy with possession changing hands a couple of times.
Huddersfield, step over. Huddersfield, step over. Thank you.
Well, with 7.5 minutes to go and a lead of 23, you can forgive Oundle for having one eye on the trophy lift.
Stay down too.
And Huddersfield, one eye on the post-match showers and the bus journey home. Because irrespective of today's outcome, it is a feat to make it this far. It is a lifetime memory to get to play on this pitch that has seen so many famous moments, Grand Slams, World Cups, domestic and European finals. And now today, the Men's Regional 1 Championship final.
Release! Red, release! Go!
Looping ball gives Oundle plenty of time to advance forward, but the intensity of their blitz has certainly died down. Well, as I say that, Gareth Woodard gets swallowed by Joe Segoe. It's slightly less abrasive, more sort of good-humoured out there now, isn't it? It's just even the aftermath of that hit.
Yeah, there was a bit of niggle starting to build in early in the second half, but really well-read play. Huddersfield have used these decoys and the ball out the back as their stock shape throughout this game. And Segoe's read that really well. He's moved from the wing into the centre, and he's used his speed to get off the line, just blindside Widdop there, get a turnover for his team.
What's up, gents?
Let's go last service. I've got 10 months. No, just go. What they do? It's fine, he's on.
Let's go, please. Format. He is on, Mark. Gents. Let's set up, please.
No, let's go. Let's go. There's no set. Let's go. We're good. We're good. No early push, Oundle. No early push. We don't need to.
Eight in on the point. In on the point.
Crouch. Take. Boy. Set.
Use the ball. Always inside 50-22.
Young puts the laces through it and doesn't get the skip that he wanted. He was after a 50-22. That's a gorgeous pass that almost put the post into play. Gareth Woodard opens up his ribs for another tickle from an Oundle shoulder.
Not now, 11, thank you. 20, leave the ball.
And while the black and red jerseys pour in, Max Horsfall has done incredibly well there. Horsfall, who has got a genuine bona fide highlight moment from his finish in the right-hand corner. The crossfield doesn't work out. Oh, we've seen some footwork out there today. But Tom Avis has just taken the biscuit. Oundle with a touch worthy of Wembley in the FA Cup final happening across town. But fashioning himself the most extraordinary of finishes at the Allianz Stadium, Twickenham. The icing on the Oundle cake.
See the smile on his face as he's walking back to halfway, but look at that for a touch, up into his hands. And a clear run in to get in under the post with the celebration to boot. Lovely bit of skill.
Yes. Last push, mate. Here we go.
Mark, we've got 11 down here behind you.
Well, he might have Barry Fry
behind you,
calling him after that to come and play for Peterborough.
We're going to play. We'll play.
The most delicate of touches. The man whose boot has been in full command all day is Ben Young. Here's the reverse angle. Oh, yes, please.
Worthy of an early celebration, I think.
He knew it was special. But Watts has been unanimously special across this last nigh on 78 minutes. Is this Oundle performance? They came out of the traps like a rocket. They gave Huddersfield no chance in that first half. They were precise, they were driven, and they made their dominance count. That 21-point lead that they took into half-time, they've now built upon in the latter stages after Huddersfield found their form in the second 40.
Set.
Vernon Horn chips the ball away. Avis dribbles one off his left now. This kid does it all.
Take him back.
Another turnover penalty for Oundle.
Clock roll. Number 4, clock roll. 1 minute.
Oundle have just had too much firepower across the board for Huddersfield.
Shot call.
But I think you still have to give Huddersfield credit. I think they've held up 2 tries, repelled Oundle multiple times from their own try line. But when you create as many opportunities as Oundle have throughout this game, it's almost impossible to keep them out for that number of times. And across the board, the pack have been physical, they've shown good handling skills, looked after the breakdown, and their backs have zipped the ball from edge to edge.
That will be timed, yeah.
Well, remarkably, across the whole season, Oundle have not had 1 penalty attempt at goal. Their final act of the season will be just that. Ben Young from the tee to take them past 50. And a half-century of happiness for the outstanding Oundle, who reign supreme at Allianz Stadium and richly deserve the crown of the Men's Regional 1 Championship Final. A commanding 52-19 display over Huddersfield RUFC. Oundle are the champions.
Still mic'd?
Yeah, at the moment, mate, yeah. Thank you, sir. Well played. Thank you, sir.
Cheers, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Great game. Congratulations, well done, Connor. Thank you.
Well, for myself and Amber Reid, who've had the great pleasure of guiding you through all 4 finals, fabulous finals as well today on the Saturday of the Community Cup Finals Day at the Allianz Stadium, Twickenham. We are going to sign off and get an early night in preparation for welcoming you back for more action tomorrow on Sunday. But we will leave you with these scenes to savour for Oundle, champions in the Men's Regional 1 Championship Final. Bye.